£12 a year per house. Multiply that by 7, that's over £80 a year. Make it 100, because there must be one or two more that Gooch doesn't know about. 100 a year. That's a small fortune. We need to find out who's been buying up the properties, I said. I finished my pint. The beer wasn't much better than the sandwiches, and it was cloudy, from the bottom of the barrel, and overpriced. What are you thinking? She said. I'm thinking we should go back upstairs. She took her pint glass, 3/4 full, and downed it, holding my eye. I think you're right, she said. Chapter 37. We took the coast route back. Better to avoid London, and I wanted to stop at Lewes. The county town was the site of the records office. If there had been sales of properties on the forest, there'd be paperwork. I feel like a farmer's wife going to town for a big adventure, Margaret said, as we stepped out of Lewes station with the town laid before us. I'm not sure how many adventures Lewes has to offer, I said. Nonsense, she said. I hear the women at the WI talking about it all the time. Apparently the slices of cherry cake at Schofield's are quite the thing. Sounds like you've got the morning planned out, I said. Lewes was full of troops, spilling from the pavements onto the narrow streets. Most shops had their windows boarded up against potential bomb blasts, and those that weren't boarded up were covered in tape, crisscrossed to hold the glass together against potential shock waves. There was a buzz in the air. If the Germans invaded, Lewes would be in their way, a strategic gap in the otherwise impassable barrier of the South Downs. The Norman castle on the hill was a constant reminder that this was a strategic position between the coast and the rest of the country. Excuse me, sir. A policeman stood, watchful. Can I see your identity papers? He asked, polite but alert. We're allowed to be here, Margaret said. I pulled my identity card from my inside pocket, glad I'd brought it with me. Margaret made a show of digging through her handbag. The policeman took mine and studied it. He was doing his job, I reminded myself, doing his bit to keep the country safe. What brings you here? He asked, addressing me as if Margaret didn't exist. Cherry cake, apparently, I said, raising my eyebrows and nodding to Margaret. The policeman didn't smile. This is a quarantined area, he said. We're exercising our right to travel in our own country, Margaret said, before the Germans get here and put an end to it all. She found her card and handed it to the policeman. Is there a problem? He read her card and I waited for the change. Lady Margaret, he said, his face colouring. I asked if there was a problem. She put some edge into her voice, as she knew what she was doing, using her status as a weapon, a side of her I hadn't seen before. No, Mum, he said, studying every detail on the card as if the security of the whole country depended on it. As Mr. Cook said, I was hoping to get a slice of cake. Could you direct me to Schofield's? He gave us our papers back. Past the town hall, Mum, he said. I can't miss it. Thank you, Margaret said. Keep your hand on your wallet while you're in the street, he said, now our protector. The whole place is under siege from pickpockets down from London to help relieve the Tommies of their pay. A bit hard on the man, weren't you? I said as we walked away. Margaret snorted. That's rich, she said. He didn't look at me once, just the little lady, and your way of getting him on your side was to ridicule me. Margaret had a way of putting things that made sense. I'd been a fool. And when I bare my claws the tiniest bit, I get a rebuke from you. I didn't answer. Probably best. Chapter 38. The County Records Office was in the town hall, near the top of the High Street. It faced the gatehouse to the ancient castle, the heart of the town. I explained I was thinking of buying some property on the forest, We wanted to check some chains of ownership, and we were shown to a reading room. After a couple of minutes' wait, an elderly man brought in an ancient map, hand-drawn on heavy cloth and lacquered with some kind of protective layer that turned the whole thing yellow. He laid it out on the table for us and handed me a clipboard with a slip of paper and pencil. "Write down the number of the property you want the information for, and we'll retrieve it from the archives," he said with difficulty. He wheezed as he talked. "Gas?" I asked. He shook his head. Didn't want to fuss. "Where do we find you?" I asked. "I'm always here," he said as he closed the door. We pored over the map. I traced Palehouse Lane from the main road. Ford was written in blue in elegant italics where the stream crossed the road. At the end of the lane, more italics, this time in capitals. Works. An inch back along the road, surrounded on all sides by pink contours, was the Leckys' house. There was a short column of handwritten numbers next to the house, and I copied them down. I assumed they referred to historical transactions. Margaret had the list from Gooch. She read out each address in turn. I found it on the map, and she copied the numbers onto the clipboard. "We need pins," I said, "so we can see the pattern." "This'll do," Margaret said, rummaging in her bag and producing an old train ticket. She ripped it into pieces and put a piece of the coloured card on the location of each of the houses. We looked at the map. The pieces of card covered a random selection of properties on the forest. There didn't seem to be a pattern. At the front desk, I gave the clipboard to the wheezing man. He looked dubiously at the list of numbers. "How long do you think it'll take?" I asked. He looked at his watch. 2 hours. "You're not eating your meat roll?" Margaret asked, as she finished her own meal. "You can have it," I said. "Sure." I swapped plates and she set to work. She was welcome to it. The meat was mostly fat, and the first mouthful had been enough for me. We were sitting in a dusty church hall, newly repurposed as a British restaurant, Churchill's name for a communal kitchen, designed to give people a chance to supplement their rations. They were all the rage, and we'd had to queue for 20 minutes to get a table. The food wasn't worth the wait. A grey concoction designed to make a few pounds of low-quality meat go a long way. I'd eaten enough mutton in the northwest frontier for any man, so I sat and watched Margaret as she tucked in. "How's your cook doing with your rations?" I asked, as she put away my portion. "I'm going to have to let her go. Can't afford to pay her." "So what's the plan?" I asked. I didn't see Margaret doing very well, rattling around what I presumed was a massive kitchen in her stately home. "You know how to cook?" "How hard can it be?" she said. "If I can learn to field strip a Bren gun, I think I can learn how to cook a pork chop." "How much trouble are you in, financially speaking?" Margaret glared at me. "I can take care of myself," she said. "Don't worry about me." I returned to reading the paper. The early edition of the Argus had a photograph on the front page. A German officer in handcuffs, being escorted onto a train. The photographer had got a good shot of him. He looked familiar. Something about the scar on his face. "They found the parachutist," I said. I read the short article below the photo. "Bailed out of his plane over the forest. Wreckage found north of Hartfield." I turned the page. "Presumably there's a distinction," Margaret said. "A parachutist would be someone sent to deliberately jump out of a plane. An invader. A pilot bailing out's a different kettle of fish. More of a win for us." I read the article closely. Understandably, information was sparse. "Does it specify whether he was a pilot bailing out or a parachutist?" Margaret asked. "No," I said. "Maybe it's your man, maybe not," she said. She took the paper from me. "Handsome-looking chap," she said. "Looks a bit like you in the right light." "What's for pudding?" I asked. peering up at the menu board. The pudding was more of a success. Spotted Dick. Hard to mess that up, although they'd clearly done their best. The wheezing man was waiting for us. He'd found something. Could barely contain his excitement. Probably as good as it got in his line of work. He pushed a sheet of paper across the reception desk. The form from the clipboard. 1 code number per property. He'd researched each property and filled in the salient information from the files. He'd completed each line in immaculate handwriting. Each line was the same. No information on file. What does that mean? Margaret asked. It means there's no information for those properties, he said. That's impossible, Margaret said. He shook his head. Records get lost, or they get returned to the wrong file. Once that happens, it's impossible to track them down. They show up when they show up. But you don't think this is a coincidence, I said. 7 properties, all connected, he said. Unlikely. What's the connection? Margaret asked, looking at the old man for the answer. We're the connection, I said. Or rather, the criteria that put each property on the list, on the forest. Recently vacated by the tenants, and now we've got proof that something's going on. Someone's been here and messed about with the records to make it hard to find who owns them. We hurried back to the map room. The yellowing map sat on the table, with its pieces of colourful cards seemingly placed at random. Is there another way we can find out who owns these properties? I asked. You could find out who did the conveyancing, the old man said, but I doubt they tell you. The answer was in front of us, I was sure. I walked around the table to look from another angle, a trick I'd learned from Blakeney, my old CO. But all I could see was an upside-down view of Sussex. Then I saw it. Chapter 39. Look at the contour lines, I said. The forest is a number of peaks, each one with a clump of trees. I pointed to 5 high spots on the map, each surrounded by close-set red contour lines. I used my pencil as a pointer, moving away from one of the high points, pointing to a succession of fainter red lines. These lines show we're going downhill from the peaks, but quite soon the ground levels out again. We end up with a plateau, lower than the peaks but higher than the surrounding countryside. It's like a tabletop, and the peaks are additional bumps on the table. The rest of Sussex is somewhere down below. I found the contour line I was looking for and traced it with the pencil. The wheezing man kept a close watch, making sure I didn't mark his map. The contour line made a large shape, encompassing a fair portion of the forest, with seemingly random inlets and extrusions. This is the edge of the tabletop, I said. Anyone inside that edge has a pretty good view across the whole area. Anyone outside that edge can't see up on the top. They'd see sky. I squatted down, my eyeline level with the table. Look, I said, when I'm above the level, I can see across the table. I lowered myself, so my eyes were below the table. But now I can't see the top at all. I stood back, letting it sink in. Margaret crouched down and looked for herself. The wheezing man tried it, then stood back and looked at me as if I'd discovered the secret of the ages. Whereas before there had been a random collection of houses with crosses and others without, now there was a clear explanation for why some had been emptied and others had been left in peace. Every house with a marker was inside the contour line. Hang on, Margaret said. There's one we don't have a marker for. She pointed at a large house, big enough to merit a blocky black shape on the map, showing a large main building with 2 wings and a collection of outbuildings. Hatched shading showed a collection of glass houses. The estate sat on the northern edge of the forest. It had an uninterrupted view of the area within the contour line. Perhaps Gooch didn't know about it, I said. We should check. No need to check, the wheezing man said. "Everyone knows who lives there. Been in the same family for generations." I looked at him expectantly. He was enjoying being the centre of attention. "I thought he was out in India," he said. I had a sinking feeling. I looked at Margaret. "Vaughan Matheson?" Margaret asked. "Lord Matheson to the likes of you and me," the wheezing man said. "Met him once at a village fete, long time ago. Lovely chap." Chapter 40. Vaughan's place was the grandest house on Ashdown Forest, sitting in several hundred acres of private woodland, surrounded by thousands more of heathland, all preserved for the exclusive use of one family. It was built in the same style as the Houses of Parliament, Gothic, black stone dripping with damp, even in summer. Margaret parked her wreck of a car, an Alvis F-Series that seemed to burn a pint of oil for every gallon of petrol, in a glade of redwoods in front of the house. Each tree was larger at its base than her car, and I felt the bark of the nearest one as Margaret messed about with the car, topping up the oil, anticipating a quick departure. The redwood was soft and fibrous, unlike any native tree I'd ever felt. I looked up into its canopy, several hundred feet above. The front door was open. There was a delivery van outside, and large displays of fresh-cut flowers were being carried in. It looked like the place was being prepared for a function. We were intercepted by a butler, dressed in formal wear. He looked familiar, my age. I tried to place him and got an image of him running at me, red-faced, aiming to do me an injury. He bowled every now and then for Fairwarp Cricket Club, deadly on occasion with a well-placed Yorker. If I remembered right, I'd hit him for a couple of sixes the last time we'd met, before he'd got my middle wicket. William Washington, distantly related to the American president, or so everyone always said. "We want a word with Vaughan," Margaret said. Washington didn't blink. Presumably it was part of his job not to look surprised. "I'll let Lord Matheson know you're here," Washington said, turning to leave. "No," I said. Washington froze. "It's a surprise," Margaret said. "Where is he?" Washington glanced through a set of double doors. In the distance we could see patio doors leading out to sunlight, thin curtains fluttering in the slight breeze. We found Vaughan on the tennis court, alone, hitting a ball against a wooden wall, painted green with a white line at net height. He was in his whites. The way he was hitting the ball made me wonder what was on his mind. It looked like he was trying to destroy the wall, or the ball, or both. He saw us out of the corner of his eye, but kept at it. Perhaps he was on track for a personal best, but he was off his rhythm, knowing he was being watched, trying too hard. He wound up for a backhand that would have sent the ball to France if he'd connected, but he missed, with a whiff of air through the strings. He smiled, a good approximation of a man happy to see his friends. "Mags," he said. "What happened with the Leckies?" I asked him. Better to be up front than beat around the bush. He didn't answer. He pulled his shirt off over his head like a child, picking up a towel from a chair. "You had some tenants on Pale House Lane," I said. "They were killed." He didn't seem self-conscious, drying off the sweat from his torso in front of a lady and a relative stranger. "What's this all about, Cook?" "You've been playing Monopoly all over the forest," I said. "The Leckies were killed so you could repossess their property. Gives you the full set. Every house with a view over the high ground." "Look, it's no secret I've been buying up a few places." "Actually it is," I said. "What do you mean?" "All the records have been removed," I said. "Someone's trying to hide something." Vaughan looked to Margaret as if she were the referee. She kept her face blank. "No," he said. "This is backwards. I'm the one being threatened. The Leckies were a warning to me, and then my land agent." "You don't deny you've been buying the properties?" I asked. "Why would I?" Last time I checked, the law allowed a man to buy a house or two. He looked at Margaret, then me, back and forth. He realized we weren't there to be fobbed off with a few pleasantries. If anyone treated any of my tenants badly, I can assure you it wasn't on my instructions. Why are you emptying your properties? We both knew the answer. There was only one reason to move out the only people who had a view over the massive expanse of the forest, right in the middle of the invasion zone, halfway between the coast and London. I expected him to be evasive, but he wasn't. His face lit up, as if he'd been dying for me to ask. "I'll show you," he said. "Come on." Chapter 41. We walked, leaving his ornamental gardens behind, crossing a stream, out across the open expanse of heath, following a ribbon of white sand where the thin layer of soil had been worn away by years of footsteps. A small downslope appeared gradually in front of us, the way it can on the forest, an expanse that looks featureless from a distance, resolving into hidden details as you close in, like the countryside between the Leckies and the works. We found ourselves amidst birch and pine. I smelt wood smoke and heard laughter. Vaughan grinned, like a conjurer showing us a new trick. We emerged from the trees into a clearing of short-cropped grass and a small thatched cottage, like a fairy tale. Two elderly women sat on kitchen chairs that had been brought outside onto the lawn. Both of them had easels in front of them, with half-finished paintings. One of the women dressed in a pastiche of the country life, a big floral dress and a floppy sun hat. The other was dressed in trousers and a shirt. Both were barefoot, and both were smoking. An axe smacked into a log, splitting it with a satisfying thunk. It was the artist, down by the side of the cottage, hidden in the shade. The young man squinted at us, then returned to his task, picking up another log and dropping it onto the chopping block. His trousers were rolled up to his knees, his shirt sleeves past his elbows, black braces holding his trousers up. Like the women, he was barefoot. He was sweating from the exertion. "Hello," Vaughan said cheerily. "Mind if I pop in?" "Of course not, darling," the woman in the floppy hat said. "Always glad of an excuse to stop work on this abomination." She waved her cigarette at her painting. "Speak for yourself, dear," the other woman said, delicately dabbing a touch of colour to her own canvas. "I'm giving Mr. Cook the guided tour," Vaughan said, as I followed him out of the woods onto the lawn. The artist swung his axe, and the blade glanced off the log, burying itself in the grass near his feet. "You don't want to be doing that barefoot," I said. "Easy way to lose a few toes." "See, Freddie, I told you, didn't I?" the woman in the hat said. Freddie scowled and set out for another swing. He inched his feet back. This time he got the log square on, and the blade sunk in without splitting it. He rocked the axe back and forth, but it was firmly stuck. I joined him. "Got any steel-capped boots?" I asked. "Must have left them in London," he said. It was a miracle he hadn't taken his foot off. I took the axe from him and pulled it out of the log. He had a respectable pile of split wood to one side. "You did all that?" I asked. "I was doing fine," he said. "That's the thing with equipment like this," I said. "When it works, you can get a lot done. But you've got to be ready for the time it doesn't work." I placed my foot next to his and showed him a split in the leather on the side. "I was doing the same thing once," I said. "Wasn't concentrating, and the axe bounced off. Went through my boot like butter." "Did it hurt?" "No, but I felt pretty stupid, and I had to go in and tell Mum." I handed him the axe. "What size are you?" 11. "I've got an old pair of boots that would do the trick," I said. "Drop by sometime and you can pick 'em up. Home Farm, on the way to Uckfield." The blousy woman, Constance, poured tea. She had brought out a plate of bread and jam, with apologies for not having biscuits or cakes. "How long have you been here?" Margaret asked. "A few weeks," Constance said. "Right, Kay?" Kay, the other artist, shook her head. 4 weeks tomorrow. We're so grateful to Vaughan. It's amazing what he's doing. Everyone thinks so. I must have looked quizzical. Constance answered. The artists' colony. Such a perfect idea, especially now. Where were you before? I asked. We have a small house in Bloomsbury, Kate said. It's getting unbearable in town, Freddie said. Blackouts, air raid sirens. You can't hear yourself think. Fred is sensitive, Kay said. He needs space and quiet for his work. What do you do? I asked. He's a poet, Constance said, slapping Freddie's hand as he reached for a second piece of bread. Leave some for our guests, darling. Mr. Cook was a bit suspicious of me, moving out some of my old tenants, Vaughan said. I think he thought I was clearing the way for a Nazi invasion. How diligent of you, Kay said. Can't be too careful. You're not worried? I asked. You've moved right into the invasion zone. This could be a battlefield in a few weeks. I don't think so, Constance said. It won't be as bad as that. More of an administrative changeover, like after a general election. I don't think it will need to bother people like us. Chapter 42. The terrace was buzzing. Vaughan was throwing a party, and he'd pressed Margaret to agree to stay. Said his sister would have something she could wear. I'd turned down his offer of a dinner suit, and in solidarity with me he'd stayed in his shirt sleeves from the afternoon. Everyone else was dressed formally. I took a glass of champagne from a footman bearing a silver tray. I looked around for the butler, Washington. I wanted to talk to him, get some intelligence about Vaughan, but I hadn't seen him since we'd returned from the artist's cottage. The champagne was chilled. Important to get the little things right. There must have been an ice house somewhere on the property, stocked with large blocks of ice, cut from the wintry lochs in Scotland, and rushed south on an express train, packed in straw and newspaper. A working man's annual wages spent so we could stand on the terrace, sipping wine that was chilled a few degrees colder than it would have been without the effort. There was a murmur from the crowd as Margaret appeared at the patio doors. She looked stunning, every inch the heiress. Beside her stood a young woman with a cane. They dressed almost identically, and done their hair in the same style. They looked almost like twins. Don't you brush up well, Mags, Vaughan said, as he appeared from the crowd and slipped his arm around Margaret's waist. I was getting tired of the Mags and Vaughan act. Vaughan made a sweeping motion with his arm, introducing me to his sister. Cook, this is Miriam. Miriam, Cook's Mag's latest chap. Quite the surly brute. He winked at me. Oh my, Miriam said, taking me in. I felt like an exhibit at an agricultural show. Miriam held out her free hand and I took it, unsure what to do with it. I was still taken aback at the effect of her standing next to Margaret. Pleased to meet you, I said. My dear Miriam, the woman from the cottage said as she pushed past me. You're limping. Don't say you're hurt. I stepped back, glad to be out of the limelight. I caught Margaret's eye and she smiled. Tennis, Miriam said to Constance. I travel from one end of the country to the other without incident. Then this oaf pushes me out of the way so he can get in a smash. How was the journey? Constance asked. Was it awful? Hell, Miriam replied. I had to wait to Victoria for an absolute age, and of course you can't get a porter for love nor money. You were lucky to get a train, with all the troop movements, Constance said. The evening dragged. Margaret was in her element. These were her people, and I didn't begrudge her the chance to spend some time with them. From what she'd told me, she'd grown up with events like this, most of them out in India, at the height of the glories of the Raj. Quite a fall, from all of that to traipsing around in the woods with a farmer. I got caught up in a discussion about the wisdom of investing in war bonds versus silver. The consensus seemed to be to sell the bonds, since they'd be worthless when Hitler invaded and the government fell. I left the conversation before I said something I'd regret. I took refuge on the edge of the terrace. We were behind the house, looking south, with a view out to where Vaughan had taken us earlier. The gardens were a riot of colour, lit by the late afternoon sun. Beyond them, the forest was dull and brown. I had a perfect view of where the parachute had come down. No wonder Vaughan got there so quickly. If he'd been standing there, he'd have been able to rush through the gardens, into the trees, and up to the forest in a matter of minutes. And if a plane had been coming out of the south, looking for a marker, Vaughan's house would have been an obvious reference point, especially if he'd left a light on. "I'll have to show you round." It was Miriam, Vaughan's sister, leaning on her cane and looking up at me with a tilted head. She looked over the gardens. "Capability Brown," she said. "One of his greatest works, so they say. I've never been much for plants myself, but some people get positively worked up. I'd be happy to give you the tour, show you the hidden gems and all that." "You grew up here?" I asked. "They let us come for holidays, then packed us off to god-awful boarding schools. Vaughan got it worse, of course. When Daddy got posted to India, he dragged us both over there. All highly irregular, but what Daddy wanted, Daddy got." Margaret's laugh carried over the general hubbub, and I looked for her across a sea of heads. "She's with Vaughan," Miriam said. "Quelle surprise." "You knew Margaret in India?" I asked. "Vaguely," Miriam said. "Mostly it was those two, thick as thieves. I was bundled off to Switzerland, and when I did make it home, they made it clear I wasn't welcome." She studied me openly, with no guile. It made me like her. "Vaughan said you're up at Cambridge," I said. "They let a few of us girls in every now and then," Miriam said. "Keeps the agitators off their backs." "What do you study?" "I teach," she said. "Waves and all that." I nodded sagely, as if I knew what she was talking about. The closest I'd got to university was hearing about Doc's exploits, and most of those had involved drinking. "The sea?" I asked, imagining experiments with floats. There'd be charts involved, and speeches delivered in oak-panelled lecture theatres. "Radio," she said, very hush-hush. Once again, Margaret's laugh carried over the noise. "You should be careful," Miriam said, "if you're intending to keep her. Vaughan's had a lifetime of getting what he wants." "Does he want Margaret?" I asked. "Of course," she said. "We all do." Chapter 43. Dinner was everything I'd expected. A long table, silver candelabra, enough food to feed a small town. Vaughan had been saving his ration coupons for a rainy day. The room was designed to intimidate. A huge stone fireplace dominated the side wall. Above it, an ugly portrait of one of Vaughan's ancestors. They'd placed me between the two women we'd met on the forest. Constance in her flowery dress the size of a mess tent, on my left, and Kay in a tailored dinner suit on my right. "What do you think about the Jewish problem?" Constance asked, raising her reading glasses in readiness to properly assess my response. "Is there a problem?" I answered. "Namely, that they live in our countries without considering themselves citizens," Kay answered from my right. "Countries?" I asked, spearing a piece of limp asparagus. "England, France, Germany," Constance said. "All the great European nations," Kay added. I ate my asparagus. It was a first. Our greengrocer didn't sell it, and I'd never grown it. Too much fiddling around with banking up the soil. It was gelatinous, and whatever taste it had was overpowered by the margarine. Even Vaughan was having trouble getting butter. Should have asked. and I could have put him in touch with Eric. I didn't respond to the women. I'd found it the best way to draw people out, make them tell you more about themselves than you reveal about yourself. A matter of habit, compounded by my bad mood at being coerced into staying for the party, solidified by the sinking feeling that told me exactly where this conversation was going. "Hitler's merely doing what everyone's been thinking about," came from across the table, a vicar with a florid face that spoke of a life well lived. "He's a brute, of course," from my right, "but one can't argue with his underlying philosophy." I looked along the table for a spite. Margaret was next to Vaughan at the far end. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but she was flushed, and he was smiling. Her dress was a revealing cut, designed to show off her curves, and Vaughan was having a hard time keeping his eyes on her face. "We seem to have it backwards," from my left. "We're sending good people from good families to internment on the Isle of Man because they have family in Germany, while we're letting the Jews go free. And now we're hell-bent on war to protect them." "I don't know anyone who wants war with Germany," Kay said on my right. "You would if you listened more than you talked," I said. That quietened them down. I was rescued from further comment by the tinkling of a glass and the scraping of a chair on the stone floor as Vaughan rose for a toast. "I'd like to thank you all for coming," he said, carefully looking around at all of his guests. "It's heartening to be with so many friends who all believe, as I do, that it's not too late for peace." This was met with a round of hear, hear, and even a thumping on the table. "As most of you know," he said, "I've been lucky enough to be involved in an organization that's been leading the charge on matters of peace. Since the early days, we've been a beacon of hope for fellow Christians across Europe. Good people, regardless of nationality and language, united by our common beliefs. A tribe of peace lovers. We've been called in the press, as if that's some kind of slur. Well, I accept that slur. I'm a Christian and a pacifist, and if that means my beliefs run counter to the warmongers in Downing Street and Fleet Street, I'll shoulder that burden." He paused for the round of applause that followed. I turned to my dinner companions to see how they were receiving the message. They were besotted. "I know many of you have been anxious to hear reports about our approaches to the king," Vaughan said. If people had been following closely before, this sealed the deal. The room was silenced. Not a fork on a plate or a chink of glass. "What I have to tell you now must stay between us. I say this with absolute seriousness. There will be a time when the good news will be shared, but until I let you know that time has come, what I'm about to tell you must stay in this room." Vaughan looked me in the eye. Where did I fit in with this assessment that he was surrounded by friends and confidants? Margaret put her hand on Vaughan's. A nice touch, vouching for me. "I have it on first-hand authority that we have a supporter at the highest level in society," Vaughan said. "The very highest level." On my left, Constance gasped. She wasn't the only one. "I can't yet reveal the name of our supporter, but I have his guarantee that when the time comes, he'll be ready to step forwards." Vaughan surveyed his party. He had them hanging on his every word. "Until that day, we're all to carry on doing our bit. Our supporter will be watching us closely, and when the time is right, he's promised to join us here. Based on plans that I've become privy to, I predict we'll be welcoming a guest of honor in a matter of weeks. In fact, depending on sailing conditions in the English Channel, we may be welcoming a whole succession of important guests here." This got a ripple of laughter, some of it genuine and some of it uncomfortable. "I trust you'll join me in a toast." Vaughan picked up his glass, generating a rush of activity as the rest of the guests did the same. To peace, Vaughan said. To peace, everyone murmured. Chapter 44. The women withdrew, a procedure I'd read about in Edward Forster's books, but hadn't believed happened. When they were gone, Vaughan rose and suggested the men join him in the study for a snifter. In practice, that meant an old duffer wearing his Boer War medals, the red-nosed vicar from across the table, sweating in his dog collar, Freddie, Vaughan, and me. 5 men at an event with twice as many women. We'd learned to live with it since the Great War, and now we were sending the next generation of young men into the same slaughterhouse. Perhaps Vaughan, with his desire for peace, had a point. In the study, we were treated to a minute-by-minute retelling of the old duffer's experience in South Africa. Freddie suffered through the story with the lack of grace of a schoolboy being kept after class. He was a curious sort, the type who had clearly never been taught to modify his behaviour to suit his surroundings. The old duffer was interrupted as the door to the study opened. It was Miriam. She was excited. "It's happening," she said. Vaughan hurried us all through the house, shouting as we went. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "if you'll be so good as to gather your drinks, we've got an adventure in the gardens for you." "The gardens?" an old matron sitting in a cosy spot by the fire complained. "Bring your outdoor shoes, and you might want an overcoat if you feel the chill," Vaughan said. It was getting dark outside. Servants bustled about, providing burning torches, lending the affair a medieval pagan feeling. There was a ripple of excitement in the air at the prospect of being handed a flame. "When does the blackout come in?" Constance asked, shoving her feet into a pair of muddy boots. Washington, the butler, emerged from the shadows. He consulted the day's paper, the Times, of course. The blackout times, start and end, were on the masthead. 57 minutes' time, he said, as if pronouncing a complicated legal opinion. "Plenty of time," Vaughan said. "Come on." We trooped solemnly down the steps at the edge of the terrace, into the ornamental gardens, filled with towering rhododendrons in full bloom. The grassy paths were already damp with dew. The air was heady with jasmine, and bats flew above us in the dark. Washington brought up the rear, and I dropped back to walk with him. "Didn't have you down as a black shirt, Cook," he said, keeping his voice low. "I'm looking for a parachutist," I said. "Any ideas?" We slowed our pace, letting the party get ahead of us, until we were alone in the darkness. "Not here," he said under his breath. "You know what's going on?" I asked. "Not here," he repeated. I stopped in his path. A twig cracked in the trees, a few yards into the undergrowth. A deer, perhaps. Or perhaps someone was keeping an eye on us. "I believe it's a surprise," he said, projecting his voice into the darkness. "Lord Matheson's quite excited to show you all. We should hurry." We moved on. The path took us onto an ornamental bridge across a waterfall, linking 2 lakes. The rushing water gave us cover to talk. "The Green Man," he said. "I'll get off early tomorrow night." Footsteps from behind us heralded the arrival of a latecomer. It was Freddie. "Come on, Cook. Don't want to miss this," he said. We caught up with the party at the far end of the lake. A haze of mist rose from the water. If Excalibur had appeared from the mist, held aloft by a ghostly arm, it wouldn't have looked out of place. Margaret found me and slipped her arm into mine. "Has it been dreadful?" she asked. "Nothing I can't handle." A grassy meadow led to the tree line, and we walked through the long grass to an old wire fence, presumably the edge of Vaughan's property. "They put you between those dreadful women. It looked like they were trying to sell you a magazine subscription," Margaret said. "Gather round," Vaughan yelled, and we formed a loose semicircle around him with the fence behind him. With our burning torches, it looked like we were about to conduct some kind of sacrifice, or storm the Bastille. Vaughan looked at his wristwatch. "A moment of silence, please," he shouted. The last few murmurers quieted themselves. All eyes were on Vaughan. He looked expectant. He checked his wristwatch again. There was a nervous titter of laughter. "Could have brought some bloody whiskey, Vaughan, if we're traipsing around the country." This from Constance. "Bear with me," Vaughan said. We waited in the dark, the flaming torches making the only noise as they were gently teased by the wind. "Hier ist Soldaten sind der Calais," a voice said, unmistakably German. It came from nowhere. I looked around for the source and saw it, a long barbed wire fence behind Vaughan. Everyone else looked mystified. People muttered to each other. What kind of play was Vaughan putting on? Did he have an actor lurking in the trees? Presumably some kind of hilarious joke. Good old Vaughan, always game for something. The voice continued. I didn't understand the words, but it sounded like an announcement. "This is Gustav Siegfried I," Kay, my dinner companion, said, taking the role of interpreter. "This is the chief, resuming transmission from forward operating base Delta in Calais, in the territory of the Reich, formerly known as France." While she spoke, the German voice emerged from the air, seeming to come from all around us. Freddie touched the barbed wire, and the voice disappeared. "It's the fence," I said to Miriam, standing next to me. I felt foolish as soon as I said it. She'd told me she was an expert in radio waves, and here I was trying to impress her with my rudimentary understanding of the subject. Freddie took his hand away, and the German voice continued, with Kay translating. "As we mass on the beaches and the mustering points, ready for the invasion of our weakest neighbour, we know that the Jew-loving Churchill will be quaking in his boots, and our glorious leader is only days from his triumphant master stroke." "Exactly," Miriam said to me. "The correct combination of wire length and corrosion. We found it yesterday evening, and Vaughan wanted to show it off. This will be a triumph of the foot soldier, the tank commander, the U-boat crew member. But as we march down Piccadilly Avenue, we must keep an eye on our rear guard, on Berlin, where the profiteers and party—" Kay seemed lost. Her translation faltered. "Apparatchiks," Margaret interjected. "Yes, thank you," Kay agreed. "Where the profiteers and party apparatchiks operate, those leeches who are already siphoning off, by all accounts, 50% of all funding meant for widows of soldiers, while normal people go hungry in their homes." It was good to know that the Germans were having their own problems. The way things were presented in the newsreels, they were unstoppable. This was the first I'd heard about internal issues. "Thus, as we lie down to sleep on what might be the eve of our invasion, we ask for your blessing, people of the fatherland, and give you in return our warning. Watch your backs, and keep the glorious leader safe from those around him who look to subvert his historic moment. Signing off for this evening, Gustav Siegfried I. I repeat, Gustav Siegfried I. Chapter 45. "I've heard that voice before," I said. Miriam and Vaughan looked at each other. They tried to hide it, but they were excited. We were back in the library. Vaughan and I had our brandy, and the ladies were sipping sherry. Freddie was pacing around the room, bouncing a tennis ball on the parquet floor. He glugged wine from a bottle. The rest of the party had gone, and the servants had withdrawn. "Where were you?" Miriam asked. "Southern edge of my land, give or take." "What was the alignment of the fence?" "East to west." She rushed to a writing desk under the window. She pulled down the writing surface and rummaged around in the exposed drawers. Vaughan, where do you keep your pens? She snapped. Top right drawer, he said. Ink in the inkwell. She brought a notepad back with her and noted down my answers. How long's the fence? She asked. The field was 2 hectares, roughly 5 acres, a rectangle, the shorter side butting up against the woods, the drainage ditch keeping the livestock from escaping, and the barbed wire fence as an extra precaution. 150 yards, I'd say. She drew a rectangle and annotated it with the numbers. Where did you hear it? Around the same time, give or take, I said. Around dusk. You're south of us, she asked. About 5 miles. How loud was the signal? Similar, I said. Perhaps weaker. Show me, she said. Chapter 46. Margaret drove. We rocketed downhill, losing altitude as we left the forest behind us, through the tight bends of Duddleswell, opening up for the long straight down past Fairwarp, past Pale House Lane. I don't understand, Margaret shouted over the din from the engine and rushing wind. Why are only certain places picking up the transmission? Why not every bit of barbed wire in the country? Margaret was a careless driver at the best of times, and as she looked back to Miriam in the back seat, jammed in next to me, the car swerved. Drive, I said. Questions later. The car sped past Fairwarp Church, Margaret peering into the darkness, driving faster than she could see. She'd masked out her headlights according to the regulations, only a tiny slit of light allowed, and it turned what was already a hair-raising experience into a pure gamble. Miriam leant into me, her mouth to my ear. We were like sardines in a tin, so she didn't have to lean far. If we can gather as much information as we can about the receivers, she shouted, in this case your fence and Vaughan's fence, we can make some assumptions about the distance and direction to the source of the radio transmission. I turned to her. She was still facing me, and now we were inches apart. I leant past her face to shout into her ear, our cheeks brushing. Seems a lot of trouble. The chap on the transmission said he was on the French coast. What's the value in pinpointing it further? She grabbed onto me as Margaret swerved suddenly. Bloody dear, Margaret shouted. Think they own the road. He's not in France, Miriam shouted into my ear. He's here, in Sussex. Suddenly it was clear why she was so interested. A waveform expert from Cambridge arriving in Sussex on the eve of the invasion, putting herself in harm's way, dragging us out to listen to enemy propaganda in the middle of a dinner party. This wasn't a party trick. He's somewhere nearby, and if he's louder for us than for you, that means he's either north of us both, between us and London, or he's somewhere between us. We rocketed past the turning to Pale House Lane, where only a few days ago I'd been driving Mrs. Lecky home from the station. We think he's hiding out on the forest somewhere, Miriam shouted. Chapter 47. We hurried across the moonlit fields, through the newly widened gap in the hawthorn hedge. The far meadow was half ploughed, and our ancient Fordson tractor was labouring across the mud. It stalled, and a distinct shout carried across the field. "Fucking hell!" It was Bill Taylor. Bill and the Fordson had a hate-hate relationship. Bill, precise and thoughtful in all walks of life, didn't get on with the vagaries of the machine. He'd been on at me to replace it, but it would have taken a loan so expensive it would put the whole operation at risk, and I'd held off. We picked our way across the ploughed section of the field. "Having fun?" I asked. "No, I'm bloody well not," Bill Taylor replied. "I was talking to the Fordson," I said. The Pole joined us. He'd been walking along behind the plough, monitoring its progress. "No good," Milosh said. "Plough bit keeps riding up. It needs 18 inches down to make the drainage channels, but it rides up, first chance it gets." "Tried weighting it down?" I asked. "Then it bogs down." How about a man riding it, like you did with the children? Could work, Milosh said. Let's try. We'll try again in the morning, Bill said. But we're going to have a serious chat about getting that tracking machine we talked about. It'll do much better in the mud. Let's not waste time discussing it any more, I said. Call Althorpe first thing. Put in the order, if they'll let us have it. Bill cut the engine and climbed down from the tractor. The way he held his back, it was clear he'd been at it for a long time. I'd been letting him take the lion's share of the work, but I'd been taking advantage of him. Bill wasn't the kind of man to tell you he needed help. I'd forgotten that my role as his employer was to step in when he was doing too much. Call it a day, I said. The field will be here tomorrow. We can do it together. I left Bill checking the tractor before he finished for the night. Milosh followed me, as I hoped he would. Anything to worry about? I asked, keeping my voice low. Nothing, Milosh said. No visitors. I walked the perimeter during lunch. No signs of anyone. 162 yards, Miriam shouted. She'd paced the length of the fence as best she could, helped by her cane, and now she hobbled back to us, stopping to write her findings in a pocket notebook. When she reached us, she showed us her work. She'd sketched the construction of the fence, carefully noting the number of strands, the method of attachment to the rotting wooden posts, and the amount of rust on the wire. It's what I thought, she said. Perfectly set up to receive 800 to 900 kilohertz. Your fence should actually be a more sensitive receiver than ours. It's longer, with more strands of wire, and the perfect amount of corrosion. We'd expect you to get a louder signal, but you said it was quieter, coming and going. That means the transmitter's closer to our fence than yours. I'd say that puts the transmitter within 2 or 3 miles of our fence. Is there any way to triangulate? Margaret asked. We'd need at least 2 more locations, Miriam said. But we can't very well put an ad in the paper asking to talk to people who've been hearing German radio transmissions. It would cause panic. We could set up shop at likely places, Margaret said. If you're saying we want a 3-row barbed wire fence of more than 100 yards, that helps us narrow it down. It's a matter of doing the legwork. That could take weeks, Miriam said, shaking her head. I don't think we've got that long. I think we've got days, if that. They all looked south, towards the coast. Chapter 48. I was up early and took the shotgun and a pocket full of cartridges. Frankie had been keeping it clean after I'd shown him how to look after it. Give him a few months, and I'd show him how to shoot, turn him into a country boy. I walked out to the field of spring wheat, wincing as I saw my boot marks crossing it on the diagonal. If the man from the war rag saw those, we'd get marked down. I took up my position with my back to an old oak that cast a deep shadow over the edge of the field. To anyone out in the sun, I'd be invisible in my dark clothing, as long as I kept still. I sat and waited and thought. Miriam had been sent to investigate the radio signals, that much was clear. But Vaughan was openly pro-German. He'd say he was pro-peace, but that was splitting hairs. It was a cover, and a short hop from that to wearing swastikas, as a number of other peace organizations had shown. As it was, Vaughan was treading a fine line, and he'd have to be careful not to end up behind bars with Oswald Mosley. If I had to bet on whether Vaughan would help an arriving parachutist or turn him in, my money would be on him helping him. And if I felt that way about Vaughan, logic dictated Miriam should be treated with the same level of caution. All of this was a circular argument, which brought me back to my initial preference, my founding principle. If you want something done right, do it yourself. If there was a parachutist hiding out in my patch, I backed myself to track him down. If he put up a fight, I'd do whatever was required. If he survived that, I'd hand him over to Neesham. The good thing about Neesham, I didn't need to know his politics. He wasn't that complicated. He was an honest copper who'd do the right thing. I saw movement in the hedgerow and raised the shotgun to my shoulder. I watched and waited, slowing my breathing, my world reduced to the field of fire laid out in front of me. I fired twice and cracked the gun, but I didn't need to reload. I'd got what I came for: 2 rabbits, 2 less pests to eat my crops, 2 meals for Eric and his nan. Eric was in his garden, same as last time. He was nailing up an enclosure around a dirty pond. Inside the enclosure he had a coop, and as I approached, a pair of ducks waddled into it, hiding from the threatening newcomer. "Thought you might be able to find a use for these," I said, handing over the rabbits. "Thanks, Mr. Cook," he said. "Stick around. I'll get you a couple of these duck eggs. Lovely with a bit of bread." I let him root around in the coop and took the 2 eggs he handed me, still warm. "Any luck with those German voices?" I asked, not expecting much. It had only been a couple of days, and Eric was a busy man. "I was going to come over," Eric said, feeling in his inside pocket. He pulled out a page from a notebook, rough paper, flecks of brown pulp still visible. He handed it to me, and I unfolded it. "I can find more if you give me more time," he said. I scanned the page. He had at least 10 readings. Each one had location, time and date, and a note. "That's out loud," he said. "I asked each person the same question. If the person was standing next to you in a busy pub, would you think they were talking normal, too quiet, or too loud?" "Good thinking," I said, and I meant it. It was a clever way of getting people to use their judgment without overthinking. Everyone could relate to being in a busy pub, and everyone would have a similar calibration. "This is impressive," I said. Eric shrugged. "Like I said, I'll get more if you give me longer." "This'll be good to be getting on with," I said. Chapter 49. The Green Man had a low ceiling, made lower still by thick oak beams, painted black and covered with tarnished horse brasses. I had to stoop as I made my way to the bar, and it reminded me why I didn't drink there more often. William Washington was propping up the bar. He was in his shirt sleeves, his butler's tails presumably left hanging in his room. The wireless was on. The RAF had bombed Italy. Precision bombing, military targets. I bought a pint of porter for myself and a pint of mild for Washington. "Not here," he said under his breath. I left the right change on the bar and followed Washington to a quiet table in the back corner, where we could sit without being overheard. "Well?" I asked. As Washington flicked his eyes around the pub, he was acting like we were planning a bank heist. "What do you know about aspidistra?" he asked. It was an odd question. He saw my confusion. "Houseplant," I answered. "Not native, I suspect. Asian?" He shook his head, tired of waiting for me to fumble around. "Who are you working for?" he pressed. "I don't work for anyone," I said. "I'm a farmer." Washington glared at me. I sipped my beer, waiting for him to get to the point. He'd told me to meet him here, so I knew he had something he wanted to tell me. "Lots of organizations are interested in Lord Matheson," he said. "On both sides of the channel. You're not the first stray he's picked up." "Who's interested in him on this side?" I asked. "Organizations that don't get discussed in pubs." "Why Vaughan?" I asked. "His politics are too far right for my tastes, but he seems pretty inoffensive. He's no Mosley." "Mosley's taught everyone a lesson," Washington said. "They should never have arrested him. Now everyone with a swastika armband hidden in their sock drawer has learned to keep quiet about it. But you're right. Lord Matheson's no Mosley. Mosley wanted to run the country. Matheson's not that ambitious. He wants the southeast. Sussex would do. Lord Matheson, protector of the county." Where do you sit on this debate? I asked. I'm the butler, he said. I don't have opinions. What happened with the Leckies? Forget the Leckies, Washington said. Casualties of war. What if I can't forget them? You're going to get more people hurt, he said. You think I'm responsible for them? I asked. He shrugged and drank more. Like I said, I'm just the butler. I wanted to tell him the deaths weren't my fault. I'd come to the pub expecting to learn more about Vaughan, and I found myself on the back foot. I watched an elderly woman at the bar. She took her half and sipped it, closing her eyes in relief. That first drink, after a day on your feet. She put her coins on the bar and shuffled back to her own dark corner. The way she'd put the coins on the counter was entirely unremarkable. No need to check the amount, second nature. It recalled a memory, something I'd been trying to get at without knowing why. The man at the Fireman's Arms had given his coins a nervous look, a glance. I'd seen it, but I hadn't noticed because the evening had taken a different turn. He'd been checking to see he'd put the right coins down, something only a foreigner would do. Chapter 50. I crouched in the undergrowth, watching the Art Deco house. 8:10. Fences across Sussex would be vibrating with radio waves, filling the air with German voices. I circled round the house to the back, where a lawn ran down from the house to the woods. An ornamental monkey puzzle tree loomed in the dusk. Beyond it, lawn chairs and croquet hoops spoke of a pleasant afternoon. A teak table overflowed with empty bottles. It looked like there was quite a house party going on. The wise move would have been to sit and watch all night, but it was time to make something happen, wise move or not. I ran across the lawn, making sure to avoid the croquet hoops. Coloured balls were spread across the grass, abandoned mid-game. I tried the back door. I heard it straight away. The voice from the ether, pulled down from the airwaves by my fence. But this time I wasn't hearing it from a fence. I could hear the man himself, Gustav Siegfried, making his nightly report. I was in a kitchen. It was small and ultra-modern, with formica counters and an enamelled stove. There was a humming from the corner, a purpose-built refrigerator, a compressor on top whirring away. By the stainless steel sink, a generous collection of dirty wine glasses. The voice was coming from deeper in the house. I heard other voices, kept deliberately low. I stepped carefully over a bundle of wires that lay across the kitchen floor. I followed, like Jack following a strand of the beanstalk. In the hallway, the German voice was louder, and I could see an open door 10 feet away. The wires ran down the side of a shining parquet floor, across the corridor to lead through the open door. Where they crossed the floor, someone had put a rug over them. The rug was bunched up from people repeatedly scuffing it. I'd found German spies, broadcasting openly back to the motherland, helping Hitler prepare for the upcoming invasion. I could back out of the house, retrace my steps all the way to Uckfield where I could tell Neesham. But there was another option. Deal with it myself. Blakeney, my old CO, would have had a pithy saying, but I didn't need his advice. I'd go with the principle that had got me through life, through tricky situations in the trenches, in Afghanistan, and on the streets of Hong Kong. It hadn't failed me yet. Find your enemy, kill your enemy. A woman laughed, and the German voice stopped. I heard the flutter of papers followed by conversation. The woman was talking in German, but it didn't sound like it was for broadcast. She sounded relaxed, joking around with her friend or husband while they sat by the fire at the end of the day. Bad enough enemy agents were lying low in Sussex. Worse still, they were playing house in the lap of luxury. As I approached the open door, the German broadcaster restarted, but this time in a heavily accented English. It's come to my attention that there are a great many English listeners tuning into my evening reports. To you all I say a hearty welcome, pip pip and all that. Again the woman laughed. I invite you all to lay down your arms as soon as your German brethren arrive on your shores. It will go easier that way. Well, easier for us, that's for sure. But seriously, you know that most of our soldiers are young men, most of them just out of school with not much military training. We've grown our army so quickly, you see, that we couldn't waste too much time with the niceties of training. I just spoke to a brave young soldier, Lieutenant Sammy Werner. He says he hopes he doesn't come across too many Tommies because he's only been given 3 bullets. Seems the fat cats in Berlin have been keeping a lot of the so-called investment our glorious Führer has made in our armed forces for themselves. I'd had enough. Find your enemy, kill your enemy. Chapter 51. I stepped into a spacious drawing room, a glossy grand piano in the far corner. The man I talked to at the pub sat on a couch, a notepad in his hand. The woman from the pub sat next to him, making notes in her own pad. At the side of the room, 2 young men sat on dining chairs set against the wall. One of them was writing and the other consulting a sheaf of papers. They looked up at me in alarm. I fired a shot into the ceiling. The man and woman from the pub turned to look at me. They gave each other a knowing look, and the woman raised her hands rather impishly, like it was a game. That's enough, I said. I pointed my gun at the young man. Stop the broadcast, I ordered. He smirked. Do you see any microphones? He asked. How's your English? I asked him. We are English, he said. He sounded exasperated. He looked at the woman as if it were her job to solve this little problem for him, get things back on track. I assumed the woman was in charge, probably had a plan for this. Did they have poison capsules in their teeth, like they did in the flicks? I gave them a second. If they wanted to take the honourable way out, that would give me fewer people to kill. A win all round. The woman looked up at the ceiling, where hurried footsteps echoed in reaction to my gunshot. I'd have company soon. She looked at me as if to say, now look what you've done. I stood with my back against the wall. I could cover the people in the room and keep my eye on the door, but if someone was out in the corridor, they wouldn't see me until they entered the room. Anyone in here says a word, I'll shoot them first, I said in my command voice. Bunny! The woman shouted. Keeping my eyes on the door, I pointed my gun at the woman. I'd given the ultimatum, and she'd broken it deliberately, like a test. You let one person do that, and you've lost control. Only one response possible. It took a moment to sink in. Above the pounding blood in my ears, my finger was on the trigger. Bunny! She shouted again. Her voice wobbled. She was scared. She knew she was hanging by a thread. Bunny. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. We were about to have company. Along the corridor, following the bundle of wires, past the kitchen door, over the bunched-up rug. The door opened. A man hurried in. He was in his 60s, wearing a rumpled suit that looked like he'd slept in it. He beamed when he saw me. Cook, he said, holding out his hand to shake. I moved the gun from the woman to him. He didn't seem to notice. You took your bloody time, he said. I told these chaps you'd be here days ago. Chapter 52. I'd met Bunny in London a month earlier, when the Germans had invaded France. I travelled to London to sign up, join the army, and give my life to the fight against the oncoming blitzkrieg. Bunny had told me the army had different plans for me. He'd given me my marching orders and sent me on my way. He'd told me I'd never see him again. Our conversation hadn't taken place. All that kind of thing. Standard military intelligence rubbish, as if we were all playing a big game. A lot had happened since then. Now, Bunny looked from me to the couple on the couch and back again. He beamed. John Cook, meet Helmut and Frida. Helmut, Frieda, meet John Cook. Good chap. Got a farm down in, He looked to me for help. Arkfield, I said. Arkfield.
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
Slap bang on the invasion route, as far as we can tell. I lowered the gun. We've met, I said. More footsteps from the corridor heralded another arrival. It was going to get crowded. Ah, Bunny said. Cook, this is Adams. Adams nodded. I recognized him. The scar-faced man from the pub. Adams is one of your lot, Cook. Commando, just back from Norway. You might have crossed paths in India, perhaps. We shook hands firmly. A contest. A regimental thing. I was in good shape. 20 years of baling hay and pulling cows out of the mud. Adams gave as good as he got. I counted to 3, then we both let go. Hands bruised and honor served. I saw your picture in the paper, I said. You were dressed as a Luftwaffe pilot. Don't believe everything you see in the newspapers, Bunny said. We left the young men conferring over their notes. Bunny shepherded the rest of us to a windowless room. All 4 walls were covered with maps of southern England and Europe, each wall with a desk and chair. The German couple took a chair each and swiveled them round to face the room. Adams followed suit. I left the last one for Bunny, but he perched on a desk, so I sat down. No point standing in the middle of the room like the piggy in the middle. A white-coated butler followed Bunny into the room with a tray of glasses, a bottle of whiskey, and one of soda. Bunny poured 5 drinks, all the same, generous amounts of whiskey with a squirt of soda. It seemed none of us got a choice in the matter. He handed them around and took a deep gulp of his own. Some people have been killed, I said. Friends of mine. Wasn't anything to do with you lot, was it? I tried to sound casual, but I watched everyone carefully as I asked the question. Who wants to take that? Bunny asked, like a schoolmaster moderating a debate. Wasn't us, Adams said. We've got better things to do than go round killing the locals. Good heavens, Cook, Bunny said. We do not, I repeat, do not, take out members of our own citizenry. How about the parachutist? I asked. Nothing to do with all this? Everything to do with all this, Bunny said. We've known for some time Berlin's aware of what we're doing. We've been expecting someone to turn up and take a shufti. Counting on it, in fact. And here you are, Adams said. I kept a close eye on his right hand. He had a pistol in a holster on his right hip. The leather restraining strap was unfastened. A professional's weapon. The hammer filed off. A bullet in the chamber, trigger guard removed, ready to kill a fraction of a second after he had the thought. I moved my own hand closer to my hip. No one's accusing you of being a 5th columnist, Bunny said. So what's going on? I asked. They all looked at each other. What do you think's going on? Bunny asked. I drank my whiskey. You're putting out a radio show pretending to be a German paratrooper ahead of the lines. Lying low on the forest, I said. You've got a genuine German as the voice, I nodded to the man who'd been talking into the microphone. but I assume the wording's been carefully vetted. If the audience is German soldiers across the channel, you're trying to feed them some kind of misinformation, sowing the seeds of confusion. How am I doing? The German radio host nodded. He's smarter than you said he'd be, he said to Bunny. You've been sloppy, I said. Poor security. You've been going to the pub, being obvious about being a foreigner. All that guff with the coins. And the other night you left a light on that could be seen across half the forest. Bunny watched me, nodding encouragingly. I could see him as a professor, lecturing the next generation of the aristocracy in some dusty classroom. What do you make of that? He asked. You're either stupid or you've been trying to attract attention, I said. Let's be kind and assume you're not stupid. We're not stupid, the woman said. Okay, I said. You wanted to be found out. You know about Vaughan. You probably know about all the raving Nazi sympathizers in the country. Yet you set up shop here, right under his nose. Bunny nodded encouragingly. He seemed pleased. You're trying to draw them out, I said, pushing them into making a move, so you can hold him up as an example of what happens to silly boys who get caught playing for the wrong side. How close am I? One of the young men poked his head in the door. 5 minutes, he said, before disappearing. The woman got up. She hadn't touched her whiskey. Come and watch the show, she said. Chapter 53. I followed them along the hall towards the stairs. Presumably they had the transmitter in a bedroom, or even the attic. Probably the best place to send a clear signal. The woman paused before we got to the stairs. She looked back at me and at Bunny, who nodded approvingly. She pressed one of the panels on the side of the staircase, and a door opened. Keep up, she said. We're late. I followed them through the door under the stairs. There was another staircase, this one leading downwards, as if to a cellar, but it went deeper than a cellar. Before I even started down the stairs, I could hear the woman's footsteps far below, still descending. I counted the steps. 12 steps in my house from the ground floor to the cellar. Here we took 40 down, more than 3 stories. At the bottom we found ourselves in a narrow passageway, like a miniature version of the London Underground. It had curved walls, painted white, with electric lights on the ceiling. Everything smelled new. The woman was already 30 yards ahead, her partner hurrying to keep up. We hurried along for 5 minutes, 1/4 of a mile, give or take. The tunnel was perfectly circular, like the tube, apart from one point where we passed what looked like an escape hatch above us. All the while, we were on a slight slope upwards. I tried to calculate our heading based on the alignment of the house and the direction we'd taken, but it was impossible to be sure. Quite a feat of engineering, I said. Must have been tricky doing it all without anyone noticing. 6 months construction, Bunny said. 3 months digging, 3 months outfitting. A whole division of Canadian troops working round the clock. After 10 minutes, we reached a vestibule, 2 doors leading from it, one on each side. To our left, a grey metal door with a terse sign. High voltage, no entry. The other door was like something from a submarine. A metal oval, set into a solid metal plate, sealed tight with a circular mechanism that looked like a steering wheel. The door had a small glass window, and the woman peered through it. She looked back at Bunny. We're late, she said. You go ahead, Bunny replied. I'll give our man the grand tour. Bunny gestured to the door with the sign, high voltage, no entry. This is the power plant, Bunny had to yell over the noise of the large diesel generator, easily the size of a London bus. Ductwork crisscrossed the concrete ceiling, presumably carrying away the exhaust, and cables as thick as my wrist disappeared into the darkness. How far down are we? I shouted. 4 stories, over 60 feet, each story constructed from blast-proof concrete reinforced with steel. The heat in the room was incredible. "Don't touch it," he said. The warning was unnecessary. I could feel the power radiating off the machine. It was like being trapped in a stall with a bull. The submarine door held even more of a surprise. "We call this the cinema," Bunny said, as we stepped through into a plush lobby that wouldn't have looked out of place in Leicester Square. Adams pulled the submarine door shut behind us as Bunny let me take in our surroundings. "If you're going to spend your days underground, no reason why it has to feel like a bunker, eh?" Bunny said. I looked at Adams, curious to know if he shared the sentiment. He shrugged. In the middle of the foyer, exactly where the entrance to the theatre would be, double doors beckoned us. "You'll like this," Bunny said, as he led the way. Adams caught my eye. "Humour him," Lux said. Two technicians sat at a desk monitoring a bank of what I assumed was broadcasting equipment. A large window separated the booth from the next room, the studio, where the Germans took their places at two chromium microphones. In the booth, a third technician was rifling through a wall of records. There was a speaker on the wall, and the room was filled with opera music. "It's Wagner," one of the technicians said. He was in his shirt sleeves and waistcoat, his jacket over the back of his chair. He tapped his cigarette into a mug as he watched his colleague searching the records. "I know it's bloody Wagner," his colleague said. "Gotterdammerung," the other engineer said, leafing furiously through a well-worn reference book. "New recording." "We haven't got a new recording," Shirtsleeves said. "We have. It came in last week from the Foreign Office," the man searching the record said, as he pulled an album from the wall with a flourish. "Gentlemen, I give you Wagner's Gotterdammerung, Berlin Symphony Orchestra, April 1940. Bunny nodded at the speaker. "That's Radio Berlin. It's their equivalent of the BBC evening concert, broadcast across the entirety of the Reich, from Warsaw to Paris." "Hitler's an absolute radio nut," Bunny continued. "He's got speakers on every street corner in every major town and city across his empire. Can you imagine? Wherever you walk, there's a bloody radio announcer telling you what to think about how fantastic the leader is and how quickly the war will be over once the English are subdued." The song finished, and a German voice started talking urgently. "He's saying he hopes all the troops enjoyed the music and that they should stay tuned for a special bulletin coming in a minute." Bunny looked at his watch and caught the eye of the engineer in shirt sleeves. "How are we doing? Ready?" A woman's voice came on. Whatever she was saying, it sounded soothing. Her voice sounded familiar. Bunny saw me listening. "They're a double act. He gives the hard news, and she makes you forget how worried you should be. She's very good." "Quiet," Shirt sleeves snapped. He listened to the woman on the radio. "They're going to play one more piece of the opera before the news," he said. His colleague was fumbling with the record he'd pulled from the stacks. He got it on a turntable and squinted at it, counting to himself. "They're going to play the immolation scene," Shirt sleeves said. The third technician scoured the sleeve notes. "Track 3, side 1, he said. The man at the turntable picked up the stylus arm with trembling hands and counted in. "Track 3, he asked. "Track 3, the technician confirmed. "Wait for it," Shirtsleeve said. "Let them play 5 seconds. Let's make sure." The woman stopped talking, and there was a brief pause. Opera music filled the booth again. "Is that it?" the man holding the stylus asked. "I don't know. You're the bloody Wagner expert," Shirtsleeve snapped. "Do it." The technician lowered the stylus onto the record, and a small speaker on his side of the booth started to play music. It was the same track, slightly out of sync with the version being broadcast from Germany. The 3 technicians looked at each other with wide grins. They looked like schoolboys about to play a prank on the master. "Do it," Bunny said. Shirt sleeves reached across the control board to a large control knob. 2 strips of paper with neat type were stuck onto the control board. The knob currently pointed to them. The other available setting was us. Shirt sleeves looked at Bunny, who nodded. Then he turned the knob. There was a moment of static from the large speaker, and the music returned. Now it was perfectly in sync with the smaller speaker. The piece of music finished, and Shirt sleeves moved a slider on his equipment, fading it out. He held up a hand to the man and woman the other side of the glass. He counted down with his fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then he pointed at them. "Guten Abend," the man said, leaning into the microphone. He sounded exactly like the newsreader from Berlin we'd been listening to only moments before. He continued talking in German. The woman joined in, a soothing conversation for the listeners, late in the evening as they listened to their wireless all across the Reich, in quiet farming towns no different from mine, in big cities, with people hurrying home after a late shift at the office. Loudspeakers broadcasting, part of the wallpaper of sound that people heard but didn't think about. Bunny motioned to me to follow him out of the booth. I joined him in the lobby he called the cinema. "Surely the German broadcasters know you've taken over as soon as you do it," I said to Bunny. "Oh, they hate it," Bunny said. "I've got it on good authority that Hitler had a tantrum about it last week, smashed a nice Etruscan vase, and had the man responsible for their radio network thrown into prison. The man formerly responsible for their radio network, I should say." "Why don't they stop you?" "They can't." Bunny was gleeful. "This facility is the most powerful radio transmitter in the world. 500 megawatts. It was built for a station in America that wanted to drown out its competition, but they got cold feet, so we snapped it up. We call it Aspidistra, like the song." I wasn't a devotee of music on the wireless, and I certainly didn't visit the dance halls, but even I had heard of the song. It had been difficult to escape. A breezy tune with nonsense lyrics about the biggest Aspidistra in the world. Besides the song, it wasn't the first time I'd heard about Aspidistra. Washington, the butler, had mentioned it. He'd been testing me. Was he working with Bunny? I thought about telling Bunny I'd met one of his men, but I stopped myself. I was out of my depth, and it wasn't my secret to give up. "You're hijacking the Germans' airwaves from a top-secret facility," I said, "but you send your agents out to local pubs to look suspicious. You identify the local fifth columnist, and you lure him in. You give me the guided tour. Hitler's on the French coast, and the invasion's probably weeks, if not days away. I'm assuming there's some kind of plan?" "I've got one more thing to show you," Bunny said. I expected him to turn back to the submarine door, but instead he led me to the far corner of the cinema lobby. A metal ladder was fixed to the wall, leading up to a hatch in the ceiling. It looked precarious, but Bunny took to it like a rat to a drain pipe. "Hitler's ready to invade," Bunny shouted down to me as I climbed after him. "He's been commandeering every barge and fishing boat he can lay his hands on. He's got an armada, ready to bring his troops across. There's only one problem." "Air power," I shouted. "As long as we've got fighters aloft, his boats will be sitting ducks." "Precisely," Bunny said. "Phase 1 of his invasion will be to take out our air force. He'll start with a massive wave of bombing our airfields. All those bombs we thought would be dropped on London back on day 1, he's been saving them all up for a rainy day. Well, it's about to get very rainy. He's got his bombers lined up, even got a code name, Eagle Day. Adlertag in German. The day the glorious Luftwaffe destroy our ability to defend this little island." Having reached the top of his climb, he took one hand off the ladder to open a hatch above him. It swung up and out, letting in a waft of pine-scented air. Chapter 54. We were inside a ring of towering pine trees. Through the trunks, I could see sky on every side. Bunny led me through the trees. Metal girders sat on concrete pads, reaching up into the treetops. Bunny slapped one of the girders. It made a dull ringing sound. "Radio towers," he said, "hidden in plain sight, beaming our little radio show across Europe, as far as Prague, apparently." "You said the Germans are going to invade," I said, "but you don't seem as worried as you should be." "Oh, I am worried. Our boffins have modelled it all out. We've got theoretical mathematicians who can express it all in a formula. They're confident to within 2 standard deviations that the Luftwaffe will win, paving the way for the invasion. We'll all be citizens of the Reich by Christmas." "Unless?" I asked, hoping there was more. Bunny tapped the side of his nose. "Top secret," he said with a wink. "Can't tell you any more about it. What I can say is it requires a number of rather tall radio masts, like these ones here. In fact, specifically these ones here. If the Germans have got any nous whatsoever, first thing they'll do is bomb these radio masts, and they'll have a free playing field. Game over. Mathematicians proved correct." At the edge of the ring of trees, we looked out across the forest. "If this place is so vital, why are you drawing attention to it with your radio program?" I asked. "The radio stuff's a bluff," he said. "We need these towers, and we need to give the Germans an explanation of why we've put them here." "That's insane." "I prefer the term creative. We've got some of the best screenwriters from Elstree working on it, drafted it all out, all the way to the happy ending." I could imagine smoky rooms at the film studio, enthusiastic young men drafting scripts, men who didn't know the first thing about war, men who thought their make-believe stories could help us defeat the most mechanized army the world has ever seen. "Why the secrecy?" I asked. "Why not lay on tours, show people the magical radio transmitter, feature articles in the weekend paper?" "Too easy," Bunny said. "The Germans wouldn't believe it. No. The only way they'll take the bait, hook, line, and sinker, is if they feel they've found it out for themselves. We know they've sent a parachutist, and we know they've got local help. Now we're sitting back, waiting for them to make their move." "How's it working?" Bunny paused. "Well, that's where you come in." We took the underground passage back to the house. "Something's gone wrong," Bunny said. "We think something happened to the man they sent, and now they're scrambling. They're going to send another man, but they need the right conditions. Meanwhile, the clock's ticking on the invasion, and Hitler's getting impatient." "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to lead their sightseeing mission," he said. "Infiltrate their unit, bring them in, give them the tour, have them report back to Berlin so they can tell Hitler what we're up to, playing silly buggers with radio shows." "You want me to lead a team of fifth columnists into a secret military establishment, let them see everything, then get them out again safely?" I said. The words hung in the air. I'd hoped it might sound less insane said out loud, but I was wrong. This wasn't a plan, it was a fantasy. "Good man," Bunny said. "I knew you'd catch on." "What if it goes wrong and we end up shooting?" I asked. "We've thought of that," he said. "We've set up a dead letter drop, a place on the forest where you can leave a message. We check it every odd hour. 1, 3, 5, and so on. Leave a message when you..."
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
Yeah. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. I'll give it, baby. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. Yeah, I'll give it, baby.
the date and time, and we'll dial down the security. We climbed the stairs and found ourselves back in the Art Deco house. I'm sure it doesn't need saying, Bunny said, manufacturing an offhand air. But everything I've just shown and told you is strictly between us. Of course. I mean it, he said. Anyone at all. Friend, family, lover. I opened my mouth to ask if he knew about me and Margaret, but kept the words to myself. When it came to deciding which of the two I'd trust, Bunny or Margaret, I knew which side I was on. Besides, Bunny had recruited her just as he'd recruited me, sidling up to her in a London club, asking if she'd like to serve her country. She might think it odd if I suddenly suggest attacking a military installation, he said. You'll think of something. I've read your file, Cook. All that stuff in the Himalayas. Quite imaginative. I kicked a croquet ball towards a hoop as I strode across the lawn. The ball hit the hoop, but didn't go through. Cook, Bunny called out after me. This has to work. Our ability to repel the invasion depends on it. I kept walking to the edge of the lawn and the trees beyond. Whatever it takes to get the job done, Cook, he said, his voice coming out of the darkness like one of Scrooge's ghosts. Whatever it takes. Chapter 55. Margaret was in my armchair, in the snug, her feet up on a wooden stool. She was asleep. The fireplace smelt of hundreds of years of smoke, even in the midst of summer. Stacks of books and seed catalogues covered the table under the window. She had a paperback on her lap, and an oil lamp glowed on the side table. I kissed her, and she opened one eye. Change of plan, I said. Infiltrate Vaughan's Nazi club. Why? She asked. Funny, I said. I sat in the opposite armchair and took my boots off. Do I get the full story? She asked. Top secret, I said. I thought we told each other things. Do we? I asked. She opened her other eye. Miriam likes you, she said. We could use that to our advantage. I'm not that charming. I've seen the way she looks at you. If she thought there was a chance to steal you away from me, she'd jump on it. Speaking figuratively, I said. Or literally. Are we talking about me and Miriam, or you and Vaughan? I've got no interest in Vaughan, quite the opposite. I couldn't do it, I said. Why not? I'm not the first woman you've been intimate with, she said, and I won't be the last. You might be. The Germans might not invade, you know, she said. You might still have a few years left in you. Even so, I said. She leaned forwards and took my hand. John, there's a lot you don't know about me. We sat quietly. You'd seduce Vaughan if it gave us a tactical advantage, I asked. It made my skin crawl to imagine Margaret with Vaughan, no matter how useful it might be. Is what Bunny asks you to do important? Vital, I said. Make or break, do or die? I nodded. Margaret's logic was always impeccable, even if I didn't like the direction it took us. So, whatever it takes, she said. The same words as Bunny, the same cold logic, the two of them cut from the same cloth. Whatever it takes. Chapter 56. What's the plan? Ring his doorbell and say we've come to sign up for goose-stepping in Heil Hitler? Margaret had to shout over the buffeting wind as we sped along the road on the top of the forest. There was a thick mist, and the air smelt earthy. I kept my eyes on the disappearing road in front of us. Margaret was driving faster than we could see. That's about it, I shouted. I told Margaret the minimum. We needed to get closer to Vaughan and Miriam, get inside his organization. I'd kept the whole secret radio station story to myself, Even thinking about it in the cold light of day felt crazy, as if it were the product of a dream. "You'll smell a rat," she said, as she swerved to avoid a squirrel that darted out from the long grass by the side of the road. The squirrel froze in the middle of the road, courting death, then came to his senses and ran back the way he'd come. "You'd better leave it to me," Margaret said with a grin. The doorbell echoed through the house. I looked up at the black stone and thin leaded windows. Footsteps echoed from deep within the house, getting closer. Washington, the butler, answered the door with a frown. "We're here to see Vaughan," Margaret said, and pushed her way past. Washington glared at me, his meaning clear. This wasn't what we'd agreed. "Are they up?" Margaret asked, as Washington and I caught up with her in the grand entrance hall. Vaughan was at breakfast. He shoved his newspaper aside and rose to greet us, as Margaret hurried into the dining room. "Max, fantastic to see you." He gestured to the remnants of the breakfast buffet. "Join me. Miriam will be down soon, I'm sure. What are you drinking? Tea?" "Coffee," Margaret said to Washington. I sat at the table while Margaret took a plate and piled it with scrambled egg. How much did Vaughan spend on the black market in a week? Probably had a non-stop parade to the back door, like a trail of ants. "This is jolly," Vaughan said. Margaret put a plate in front of me and flashed Vaughan a smile. She took a seat between the two of us and bit a triangle of toast with a crunch. "We're here to join up," she said to Vaughan, "and we're not going to take no for an answer." Vaughan let the offer hang while he thought it through. "I'll connect you with Constance," he said. "Cook, I think you sat next to her at dinner. She handles our membership list. It's £0.50 subs. She'll be happy to put you to work. How do you feel about pasting up leaflets? Cook can offer a more relevant set of qualifications," Margaret said. "As can I. I'm not just a pretty face, Vaughan." "Qualifications?" Vaughan asked. "Hand-to-hand combat," she said, "explosives, principles of guerrilla warfare and sabotage, destruction of enemy posts, countering enemy information systems." She took another bite of toast. "We can paste up leaflets if you want," I said, "but I think you've got grander ambitions." "I had you two pegged as Churchill fans," he said. "I've got nothing against Churchill," I said. "It's the rest of his team I don't like. Far too many international financiers for my liking." Vaughan nodded. He gathered the teacups from in front of me, and Margaret carefully filled them, then passed them back. "What you're saying is treason," he said. "As soon as you leave here, it's my duty to phone the police and have you arrested. Defense Regulation 18B. Neither of you will ever be seen or heard of again." "Treason is betraying your country," Margaret said. "I love my country, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to save it from a war that will destroy another generation." "He's all talk," he said. "Easy to stand on a stage in a village hall and talk about peace, and let the others do the dirty work." Vaughan sipped his tea. Margaret gave me a worried glance. Perhaps I'd pushed too hard. "Talk with Constance," he said. "Start at ground level, see how you like it. A lot of people talk about getting involved, but doing's a lot harder than talking." Chapter 57. We sat on the upper deck of the bus, 6 of us, mixed in with the rest of the passengers, all of us studiously avoiding each other's gaze. The bus slowly motored along the back lanes between Ringmer and Lewis, knocking overhanging branches and scratching against brambles growing exuberantly from hedgerows. It was stifling. I opened the window as far as it would allow, but the air it admitted was as hot as the air already inside. If anything, the outside air was worse, filled with oily smoke from the engine. We staggered our dispersal from the bus. Freddie and Kay rang the bell and got off at the Ringmer Road. They'd have a 10-minute walk into town. Margaret and Miriam got off at the bottom of the hill, by the brewery. That left me and Constance. Vaughan had stayed behind. It was agreed by all that he was too high profile. If Lord Matheson were arrested with propaganda leaflets stuffed up his shirt, the press would have a field day. Comparisons with Moseley would be unavoidable. I watched from the upper deck as we threaded our way through the town centre, turning right to make the steep ascent of the High Street. We got off by the castle gate, across the road from the records office. My waistcoat felt stiff against my body. Constance had unpicked the liner to create a set of inner pockets. On my right, the pocket held a thin sheaf of leaflets. A Jew's War, the same leaflet I'd seen at the pub. The left pocket bulged slightly, a waxed packet filled with wallpaper paste and a thin brush. I wore a jacket over the waistcoat, despite the hot day. It was late afternoon, and the crowds were thinning. People were on their way home, looking forward to their tea. The day's market was over, and the road was littered with discarded leaves from grocers' stalls, and straw and dung from now dismantled animal pens. The policeman who'd accosted me and Margaret on my last visit approached me, but thought better of it. I wasn't with Margaret this time, but perhaps he didn't want to risk a dressing down from the unknown woman by my side. I'd expected Constance to be furtive. We were committing treason. If we were caught, we'd spend the rest of the war in prison at the least. They were cracking down, that was the word. Before long, there'd be an execution. Keep people in their place. But Constance looked like every other woman striding along the pavement. Nothing out of the ordinary. No worried looks around. She wasn't even sweating, despite her large cardigan. If anyone was going to give the game away, it was me. My heart was pounding, and I imagined everyone's eyes on me. This was new territory. I've been over the top into the hell of no man's land. I've been 10 miles behind enemy lines in remote Waziristan. I've walked into a gang headquarters in Hong Kong and walked out the only man standing. But committing treason in my home country was beyond the pale. We took a side street, a steep hill down towards the railway station. A man walked ahead of us, but he took out his key and let himself into a house. The door closed, and we were left alone. "The postbox," Constance said. A red postbox built into the wall beckoned. I approached it. I was sweating heavily. I could smell the stink rising from my armpits. I was the picture of guilt. "I'll whistle if anyone's coming," she said, dropping back. I reached into the right-hand side of my waistcoat and pulled out a leaflet. A Jew's War. "Not too much paste," she said, keeping her voice low. I remembered the leaflets I'd seen in the toilets at the pub, sliding down the painted brickwork. Someone had rushed the job. From my left inner pocket, I pulled out the brush. I held the leaflet back to front against the bulging royal crest on the postbox, painted and repainted every 10 years. Victoria Regina, 39 years dead, and her ghost still lingered on every street. I smeared paste on the leaflet, turning it round and pressed it onto the red paint, covering the royal crest, the dead queen watching with disapproval. Constance whistled. I hurried away from the scene of the crime. "Walk normally," she hissed, catching up with me as a young couple passed us in the opposite direction. I tensed as they passed. Were they undercover police agents? I felt the handcuffs on my wrists and imagined the shame Mum and Nob would feel seeing my picture in the paper. Traitor, it would say. 10 leaflets took 2 hours and 12 attempts. 2 abandoned after too many whistles. We went as far as Anne of Cleves' house, back past the Priory towards the station, finishing up a loop along the railway. The others had their own sections of town. I listened for police whistles that would tell us someone had been caught. If that happened, we were to dump our materials and make our way home. By the time we got back to the bus station, my neck and shoulders were solid. the stress of the afternoon reaching far into every muscle. I had a splitting headache, and I stank to high heaven. "It gets easier," she said to me, from 5 yards behind, as we hurried across the parking area towards our bus. I made sure nobody was watching and dropped the remains of the waxed paper and the brush in a litter bin. Finally, I felt a lightness I hadn't felt since we set off earlier that afternoon. "Whatever it takes," Bunny had said. This kind of thing would presumably be a footnote to the kind of things he was up to. If this was his way of waging war, he could keep it. Give me a gun and an enemy who sworn to kill me, and let me get the job done. We sat on the bus as it threaded its way back through the country lanes. I risked a look at my co-conspirators. Margaret's hair was blowing in the breeze from her open window. She was as cool as a cucumber. She caught my eye and smiled. She was clearly a lot better at this kind of thing than I was, but that didn't surprise me. Margaret was my better in most ways. Chapter 58. Vaughan put a tray of drinks on the table, pints for the men, glasses of sherry for the women. We had the saloon bar to ourselves in the early evening. The public bar on the other side of the wooden screen was busier with the usual crowd of farm labourers and Tommies. Freddie passed out the drinks. "What's your assessment?" he asked Constance. "A bit nervy, but we'll make a poster sticker of him yet," she said. I took a deep swallow of beer, and for the first time that day felt a settling, a return to reality. "Will it be in the paper tomorrow?" Margaret asked. "No," Vaughan replied. "They keep it quiet. Doesn't fit in with their version of reality." "The news is controlled by the people in power," Freddie said. "Don't ever believe anything you read in the paper or hear on the radio." Margaret knocked back her sherry and reached across the table for my pint, taking a deep swallow before returning it. I knew how she felt. I finished the beer and rose to get some more. "Anyone else?" I asked, but they ignored me. Freddie was getting onto his high horse, ready to win another debate. "Every time you hear something on the radio, ask yourself why they're letting you hear it," Freddie said. It sounded like a well-rehearsed pitch. I stood at the bar waiting for the landlord and watched Margaret listening to Freddie's lecture. She was glowing. They all were. I knew the feeling well, returning from a mission, that feeling of having beaten the odds, returning unscathed, the conquering heroes. I ordered 2 pints of best and 2 shots of whiskey, and listened to Freddie while I waited. "Every news story, ask yourself, is this true? Why do they want me to know it? What do they want me to think, or feel, or do?" There was a notice board behind the bar, a community service, a place for announcements, job postings, government warnings about keeping mum, what to do in the event of an invasion. A new poster stood out. Behind me, Freddie was getting into his rhythm. "Imagine it's not the truth," he continued. "Why are they lying to me? Either way, with the limited time to tell you what's going on in the whole wide world, why are they choosing these things? What kind of picture of the world are they trying to conjure up? What do they want of me?" The new poster was a land agent's notice. Sale of property. Victorian villa. Superior craftsmanship, priced for a quick sale. At the far end of the bar, someone was watching me. Horace Knight, a land agent. Like a spider, watching his lines for tremors. He joined me and paid for my drinks. He could afford it. He'd done well enough out of me in the past, each time I'd added land to my farm. "Interesting opportunity," he said. "Not sure how it would fit in with your operation, but I try to leave the strategic thinking to my clients." "An investment," I said. "I hear the rental market's heating up. People want to get out of London, avoid whatever's coming." "You're telling me," he said. "Rents are double what they were a year ago. You could let that place for a pretty penny." "Who's the seller?" I asked. "Davidson's boy." How much do you reckon he'd let it go for? He's motivated to sell. Gambling debts. How motivated? Knight sipped his drink. He had to be careful. He was representing the seller and wanted to get as much for his client as he could. But his main incentive was to sell the place quickly and pocket the commission. If they sold the place for $20,000, his 1% commission would be $200. A nice fee, but not likely to make or break his year either way. If a buyer knocked him down to $15,000, the sellers would be out by a fortune. But Knight's fee would only be cut by £50. I think he'll go for 16, he said. My estimate had been close to the mark. Kate's father would have spent as much to build the place at the turn of the century, but the economy had been on a wild ride since then. When did he take you on? I asked. The day after the mother died, he said. Life goes on. I'll think about it, I said. He said you'd come round, he said. Gave me a message to pass on. He smirked as he rummaged in his coat pocket. He'd been holding back, enjoying the power, treating me like a fool. He handed me an envelope, nice paper, expensive, a relic of the family's past. Grandfather sitting in his study writing important letters to important clients. I opened it. The letter was written in a barely legible scrawl. 3 generations, they say, to go from rich man to poor. The note was a threat. Not particularly intelligent. I could take it to Neesham and it would give him all he needed. But that would be the coward's way out. If a job's worth doing, Blakeney used to say, do it yourself. And this was a job that was well worth doing. The note read, You're next. The grammatical error blunted the message. Harder to take a man seriously when he lays his lack of intelligence in front of you. Someone was next, that much was true, but it wasn't going to be me. Margaret gave me a quizzical look as I took the drinks back to the table. I passed her a pint and a shot, and took my place between Constance and Miriam. There was a pregnant pause. What did I miss? I asked. Everyone looked at Vaughan. He was clearly the one pulling the strings. The thing is, Cook, Vaughan said, talking in a low murmur, we reckon there's a higher than 50% chance you're a plant, sent to egg us on until we're in it up to our necks. Margaret gets a pass, I suppose. We know, Mags, Vaughan said. We don't know you. Difficult to prove a negative, I said. I drank my beer and looked each of them in the eye, ending with Vaughan. You're right not to trust me, I said. That got Vaughan's attention. He exchanged a look with Freddie. People look at me, they see a farmer, I said. Suits my purposes nicely. Lets me move about the countryside, talk to people, keep my finger on the pulse. I leant in, and everyone else around the table followed my lead. A month ago I was up in London to see an old friend for a pint. Army man, knows what's really going on. Knows how tenuous the whole thing is, especially since they locked up Moseley. I sipped my pint, gave it a long pause for dramatic effect. I've been given a job, I said. Keep an eye out for agitators, report back to the authorities. It gives me access. Vaughan nodded. I was told to infiltrate your unit, I said. Margaret was the way in. Seduce her, get her to introduce me to you. I looked at Vaughan. There are a lot of people high up in the War Office who'd like to see you brought down a peg or two. You've got them worried. They know if the invasion starts and you're here, you'll be a rallying point for right-minded people. Vaughan looked at Margaret. She doesn't know, I said. Like I said, I've been using her. Not such an odious task, as you can imagine. Margaret got up from her chair. She looked shocked. I doubted she was buying my story. I hoped she wasn't. Hoped this was her acting. If it was, she was doing a decent job. She slapped me. The crack of it silenced the pub. Acting or not, it hurt like hell. Margaret, Miriam said, getting up from her chair in support. Margaret rushed out of the pub, and Miriam followed. I watched them go. When the door closed behind them and the evening's chatter resumed around them, I looked back at Vaughan and Freddie. Vaughan was hooked. I could see the part about me using Margaret had got into his head, probably imagining us together, realizing that was over and she was available. "We've got an opportunity," I said. "I've got no love for the Germans, but if it's them in charge instead of us going through another 4 years of war, that's a price I'm willing to pay. I was there last time. I've seen what war looks like." Vaughan leant back, thinking. I had him interested. He'd seen the bait, but he hadn't decided whether or not he was going to bite. "I know about aspidistra," I said. Vaughan couldn't hide his reaction. He was hooked. Now I just had to reel him in. Freddie still had his doubts. "And we're just meant to believe you're willing to turn traitor?" he asked. "I'm not a traitor," I said, giving it some edge. "I'm a patriotic Englishman. I love this country and I'll do what it takes to protect it. Like I said, I don't care who gets to sit in Downing Street, but I'll do whatever I can to stop my farm and others like it turning into wastelands like the Somme. If you want to get into aspidistra, you've got a decision to make. Keep listening to fences or take a punt." "You know where it is?" Vaughan asked. "I've been inside," I said. "I can show you." Chapter 59. Kate's house was dark. The barns round the back sagged under blackened thatch. I forced the door into the smaller barn. There was an abandoned log pile in a dark corner. It smelt of mildew. I kicked a log and my foot sunk into it, like pressing on a sponge. A thick rat's tail disappeared into the darkness. I was about to give up when I found what I'd been looking for. An ash handle, a foot long, grey with age. I grabbed it and pulled. The hatchet came away from the log without any resistance. The blade was brown with rust. It would do. I left a note on the front door at eye level, held up by the hatchet, buried an inch deep in the oak door. A promise and a challenge. "You're next." I stopped on the way home, outside a small, dark cottage on Snats Road. I sat in the van. Kate's housemaid was as much a victim of Victor as the Leckies were. It would be wrong to involve her. While I wrestled with my conscience, the front door opened. The maid ran out, pulled at the passenger door of the van and climbed in. We sat in silence. I turned off the ignition and the engine ticked as it cooled. "He's coming for me," she said. "After he sorted you out. We're going north. He's got a friend in Letchworth. Says he can get him a job in a factory." "Why?" I asked. "Money," she said. She thought more. "Pride." "Do you want to go with him?" She shook her head. "I've been looking for someone to do for us," I said. "Know anyone?" "What's the pay?" "Board and lodging, £2 a week." "3." "2 and 6. If you're a good worker, we'll see about a raise at Christmas." "All right." The silence returned. It didn't bother me, and I got the sense it didn't bother her either. She was used to living quietly. "What about him?" she asked. "You won't hear from him again," I said. "How'd you know?" "I know," I said. Chapter 60. I sat in the kitchen watching the clock, 11:30. I'd known countless men like Victor, behaviour determined by their experience. I knew exactly how the evening would play out, down to the minute. I could have written it out in a script like one of Bunny's Elstree screenwriters. It went back to a domineering grandfather, a man whose intellect and sense of control over his surroundings had allowed him to claw his way up through the hierarchy. From a slum in South London to a custom-built villa in Sussex, a solicitor, a man of means, recognised as such. A daughter brought up to inhabit the new position, educated in the new fashion, married well, as shrewd as her father. 2 sons, in a house without a father, shouldering a grandfather's constant disappointment. A childhood of never living up to expectation, never understanding the quips. Grandfather's books in the library untouched. The end of the line. Great expectations unmet. The only consolation being bigger than the other boys in the playground. The sense of power. An easy life after school, riding out the remains of grandfather's money, drinking away the inheritance every night. Cock of the walk among the old schoolmates who started their working lives at the bottom of a slippery ladder. Watching those mates climb their ladders, no longer apprentices, no longer impressed by grandfather's money, making their own way in life. The grandson finds a woman he can dominate. He looks for a shortcut to money. It doesn't go as he expects, and now he's in the hole to people who don't care about his grandfather's name. The power he felt when dominating the weaker boys in the playground, a distant memory. The clock ticked on. He'd spent the night in the pub, the place he felt safest, but surrounded by men he resented. Drinking more than usual, working up the courage to take action. His gambit had failed. He'd scraped together money to pay a deserter to do his dirty work, but the work was left only 2/3 complete. The man was still out there, the one who hurt him, who put his arm in a cast. The farmer who thought he was better than everyone else. The farmer who'd got above himself, made money off everyone else's misfortune, while honest, hard-working men were sliding backwards. 20 to 11. The bell for last orders. He'd get a couple more drinks. Dutch courage. Closing time at 11. The landlord going through the motions, turning the lights on, sweeping up the cigarette butts. He'd nurse his drink. 20 past. They'd kick him out, not bothering to hide the exasperation. 10 years of this, the camaraderie long gone. 18 minutes walk from the pub to the farm. He'd take a wrong turn after the rocks, that path that leads off towards the lake. He'd realize his mistake, the humiliation and rage building. 20 to 12. Crossing the field, the farm in his sights. Give it till midnight, he'd think to himself. A siren started up, its long wind-up by now a familiar part of the night, a change to the script. Hurried footsteps on the stairs heralded Frankie's arrival, bursting into the kitchen, his hair tousled from sleep. Elizabeth followed behind. Frankie reached for the shotgun, but Elizabeth, the taller of the two, got to it first. In the cellar, I said, "I'll get Mum." Uncle Nob lay in his bed, eyes screwed up tight. Mum held his hand. "I'll stay with him," she said. Pom, 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 pom. The Bofors gun fired. It wasn't a drill. Chapter 61. The farmyard was dark. No moon, no stars. I pulled the kitchen door closed behind me, fastening the latch as quietly as I could. The siren was louder outside, carrying across the fields from its position on top of the telephone exchange. I'd left the family undefended. If Victor got his own way, I'd be dead in minutes and they'd be vulnerable. The odds of that outcome, though, were 1 in a million. Me against a drunk man with a broken arm. I crossed the yard, almost completely dark, and took up a position with my back to the barn, where I could watch the house and the main approaches. If he came from the road, he'd come into the yard from my left. If he came across the fields, he'd come into the other end of the yard to my right. He'd have his eyes on the house, and I'd be behind him. Pom, 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 pom. The gun firing again. I heard the telltale distant rumble of a bomber, not yet visible on the horizon, where the South Downs stood guard. I slapped my cheek. It felt like a bee sting. A long splinter, jagged wood protruding an inch from my face. The crack of the rifle shot caught up with the bullet, and I dropped to the ground. He'd missed, but only barely. I rolled to my left, movement essential now he'd had a chance to calibrate. The second shot thumped the oak door where I'd been only a second before. Fast fire, calm, professional. Someone who'd been trained with a rifle. Someone whose pulse wasn't raised by the prospect of another killing. I'd miscalculated. Victor had come to finish things. But he hadn't come alone. Pom, 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 pom. The Bofors gun again. The women getting faster at their routine. Aim, fire, reload. A metallic crack from the concrete, another near miss. If I didn't move, I was a second or two away from the end of my life. I've seen men freeze, pretend it wasn't happening, but not me. Something I've learnt about myself. The greater the threat, the greater the pressure, the calmer I get. The next shot was even closer. I rolled to the protection of the water trough in the middle of the yard. As I rolled, I saw Victor, standing by the front gate, watching his hired hand do the job he'd paid him to do. If I was going down, I'd take Victor with me. I pulled myself to my feet and ran towards him, towards the front gate. I was in the open, a clear black shape against the yard and the road. The air beside me fizzed as a bullet whipped past. Close. Victor ducked and yelled. His hired man was now shooting towards him. I could hear the bomber now, quite clearly, this side of the downs, heading north, towards my farm. A crash of old milk pails told me the shooter was on the move, trying to get a diagonal so he could shoot at me without taking out his paymaster. Victor pulled out a revolver. I was still 10 yards from him, running. Every step closer to him, I was a bigger target. He held out the gun, hand shaking, cocked the hammer. A sequence he'd seen in the flicks, gunfight at the OK Corral, and all the rest. If he did it fast enough and held his aim, I was a dead man. I lunged at him, towards the gun. I swiped the gun from his hand and it clattered away on the concrete, his arm bending outwards, the brake giving way entirely. He screamed in pain and rage and swung at me with his left hand, knife blade flashing in the dim light. I darted back. He came at me, and I moved back further, my foot tripping on something. I went down, and he took his chance, dropping onto me and raising the knife to plunge into my heart. Heavy boots, running fast, echoed across the yard, closing the distance to me. It was Milosh. He had a weapon in his hand, a wood axe from my log pile. Behind him, filling the sky, the bomber cleared the trees at the far end of Dad's Wells flat. Milosh swung the axe. It took Victor in the chest with a wet crunch, and he went down, falling to my side. The bomber roared overhead, on the same path as before, south to north, heading for the forest. A bullet cracked past us. Now the paymaster was down, there was nothing to stop the sniper from firing. But he was shooting too far left. The next shot was closer, hitting the gatepost, a yard from my left. We were exposed, with a skilled sniper zeroed in on our position. A matter of seconds. I nodded my thanks. Milosh had saved my life. Now we'd die together. The next shot rang out. A different sound, familiar on the farm, a shotgun, followed by another blast, the second barrel. Then it was quiet. The roar of the bomber subsiding, the air raid siren winding down. I walked to the middle of the yard, where I had the best view of the northern sky, just in time to see a parachute drop from the plane. "You brought help," I said, nodding towards the source of the gunfire. "No," Milosh said. "Just me." I found the sniper on the ground by the milking shed. He was dead. A shotgun blast to the side and one to the head, point-blank range, just to be sure. Elizabeth was in the kitchen, the shotgun back in its place. She had her back to me, but I could see she was shaking. "Well done," I said. She stood in the doorway, the girl who'd had her childhood stolen from her. I knew I should go to her, but I didn't know how. Margaret would have comforted her, but Margaret was with Vaughan. She hurried upstairs. Milosh stood by Victor's body, smoking a cigarette. "We can bury him in the woods," I said. "No," he said. "Look after the girl. Besides, better you don't know where, in case anyone ever asks." "What if they ask you?" "I'm not here," he said. "I am not even in this country." Victor moaned, the wood axe protruding from his chest. It swayed as he shifted on the ground. I knelt by him in a lake of blood and dust. Why the Leckies? I asked. Paid, he said. You paid? He shook his head. Vaughan Matheson paid. Chapter 62. I drove up to the forest, once again following the path of the bomber. This time, though, I knew where I was headed. I parked under the old redwoods. Vaughan's house was dark from this side, but I heard voices. Vaughan and Freddie. I walked round to the back of the house overlooking the forest. Stop, Vaughan said, laying down his end of what looked like a coffin. They were halfway up the steps to the terrace. Who's there? Freddie asked. He was at the bottom of the steps and had the view up towards the house. He had a bundle of silk over his shoulder. A parachute. Looks like you could use a hand, I said, stepping out of the shadows of the house. We laid the casket on the terrace. It was metal. Its corners were rounded, and it had several loops on the upper edge. Each loop was connected to a metal clip, and each metal clip was fastened to a length of rope. Some kind of harness. The ropes had been cut several feet from the end. The underside of the coffin was crusted with sand from where it had bedded itself into the ground. Father Christmas come early? I asked, as Freddie busied himself undoing the clasps. He looked like he knew what he was doing. Gift from the gods, he said, looking up at the dark sky. Freddie busied himself unbuckling a set of clasps along the side of the coffin, giving a grunt of effort with each one. It was well engineered, designed to withstand a hard landing without springing open. You had the Leckies killed, I said to Vaughan. What's it to you? He replied. She was my first teacher, I said, a long time ago, and I liked her. I hated my teachers, Vaughan said. Does that tell us more about them or about you? I asked. Freddie looked up at us, but kept going with his work. He unclipped the last fastener, and the lid of the coffin rose slightly. It had been tightly packed. Freddie pulled open the lid with a flourish. He picked up his oil lamp so he could see what was inside. What do you think? He asked. I think Vaughan owes me an explanation, I said. I thought you were with us, Vaughan said. All that stuff about turning double agent. But you keep on about the blasted Leckies. Makes a man think you're not on his side. The coffin lay open like a clamshell. Both sides were full. The top half was guns. There must have been a dozen automatic weapons, packed head to toe like sardines in a can. I didn't recognize them. That in itself wasn't remarkable. It had been 16 years since I'd left the army. A lot had changed. But I didn't think these guns had come from one of our factories. Next to the guns were a set of grey metal canisters, printed with dense text that I couldn't read. Ammunition, I assumed. The bottom half was covered with canvas, kept in place with studs. A couple of the studs were opened, and Freddie grabbed the canvas and pulled it up. The rest of the studs popped loose, and Freddie peeled the canvas back. Underneath, the coffin was packed with what looked like cloth-wrapped bricks. Each one was the size of a small bag of flour. Freddie took one out and threw it to me. I caught it. It was a dense material with a slight give. It made a crinkling sound as I squeezed it. I peeled back the cloth. Inside the cloth was another wrapper made of some kind of waxed paper. I ripped the paper. It was what I'd expected. Yellow putty. TNT. What's this lot for? I asked. Safer to talk about guns and explosives than about the Leckies. The fight for peace, Vaughan said. You could make a fair amount of peace with that lot, I said. Chapter 63. The squirrel sat on the stone balustrade, eating an acorn. 20 yards from our party. He didn't seem bothered by us. We made quite a shooting party, me and Margaret, Vaughan and Miriam, and Freddie. I'd shown them how to load and fire a revolver. Freddie was waving his towards the squirrel. Don't, Miriam said, putting her hand on his arm. Nothing to worry about, I said. The thing about a handgun, it's useless for accuracy, no matter what the gunfighters do in the pictures. Useless for you, perhaps, Freddie said, fancying himself a marksman. Freddie, Miriam said. I shared her feeling. This was a mistake, letting the training session become some kind of social affair. Freddie stood sideways, the way he'd seen gunfighters stand in the movies. Billy the Kid, Annie Oakley. The kind where the sharpshooter could hit a coin at 100 yards. Don't, Freddie, Miriam pleaded. She was excited, though. It was the guns. I'd seen the effect before, on people who hadn't been on the receiving end, who hadn't yet learned that the world would be a better place if all the guns were melted and turned into plowshares. Don't worry, Vaughan said. He's got as much of a chance of hitting that as I have of becoming king. Freddie squinted. I'd taken him through the basics. Squeeze the trigger, prepare yourself for the recoil. I'd laid it on a bit thick, wanted to let Freddie know that this wasn't a toy. He was probably expecting his arm to fly backwards, the kind of kick you'd get from a shotgun. He fired. The squirrel, unmolested, dropped its acorn and ran along the balustrade, leapt into a tree and disappeared. Let's see you do better, Freddie said to Vaughan, who took the gun and checked the chamber. What am I aiming at? Vaughan asked, squinting into the morning sun. In his shirt sleeves and braces, he looked like he'd rolled out of bed. As I said, with a gun like this, aiming is going to get you killed. I want you to practice drawing the gun and firing forwards as soon as you can. The only way to make sure you kill a man with a handgun is to stand so close you're touching him, and make sure you get your shot off first. These were things I'd learned through experience, in the trenches and in the crowded alleys of Hong Kong. Vaughan ignored me. He strolled over to the balustrade and put down his teacup. That's Mummy's best china, Miriam said. It's all right, Freddie said. He won't hit it. Vaughan didn't comment. His standing as Lord of the Manor was suddenly at stake. He fired. A stone chip flew off the balustrade, and I winced, anticipating a ricochet. Nice try, Freddie said. Vaughan wasn't finished. He cocked the gun again, aimed and fired. No stone chip this time. He was rattled, and his aim was only going to get worse. He fired again and again, but the family china was safe. Margaret stood up, exasperated. Give it here, she said to Vaughan. He handed her the gun carefully, making sure to point it away from her. The bullets come out the other end, Freddie quipped, as Margaret took the gun. She ignored him and cracked open the gun, peering down the barrel. She flipped open the chamber and emptied the shells into her hand, then flipped it closed again. She pointed the gun into the air and dry-fired it 3 times. Click, click, click. It helps if you put the bullets in, Freddie said. Thanks, Margaret said, as she opened the chamber again and fed in 1 shell. She closed the chamber and aimed at the cup. She fired, and the cup disintegrated. She winked at me and turned to Freddie. Bombay Shooting Club, she said. Gold rosette, 3 years in a row. Miriam, get another cup, Freddie said excitedly, now the gauntlet had been laid down. While the others played with the gun, Vaughan nodded to me and strolled away from the group. I joined him at the far end of the terrace. He looked out across the forest. We've got a job to do, he said, keeping his voice low. Aspidistra. When? I asked. As soon as possible, he said. I'm getting pressure from the top. If I don't show some results soon, they're going to send someone to get things moving. Who would they send out? Let's not find out. Chapter 64. Vaughan crawled to me through long grass, keeping his head down. His face was blacked, and he wore a black outfit. He held up 1 finger, 1 century, and pointed towards the trees. I made a circle with my thumb and forefinger. Okay. I'd spent the afternoon teaching them how to approach a building in the dark, communicating silently. Eventually I'd relented, said they were ready. I pointed to him and made a lateral gesture, ordering him to move out to the side. We would flank the sentry. As Vaughan crawled away, I listened carefully for signs of the rest of the group. The wind was loud in the trees, coming from the south instead of the west. Rain on the way. I crept forwards, moving as slowly as I could. I'd impressed upon each person that in the pitch dark of a moonless sky, the only way we'd be discovered was by making a sound while moving. I froze. A sound from 20 yards ahead. A branch, pushed aside, leaves swishing as it sprung back. Possibly a deer, picking its way through the undergrowth. Most likely the sentry Vaughan had seen. I'd have to be careful. I'd told Vaughan to go around, then gone straight forwards myself. A certain level of hubris, I had to admit to myself, a feeling of invulnerability. I was the expert in this situation, and I was on home turf. But that was the kind of thinking that got men killed. And if I was going to get taken out, I'd be damned if it was in front of Vaughan and his chums. I pushed through the grass, an inch at a time, pausing every second to listen. Vaughan was on my right. He was doing his best impression of stealth, but it still sounded like a man trying not to make too much noise. He'd brought me into the unit to teach them, he'd said, but he didn't want to learn from me. Generations of breeding and behaviour had given him the rock-solid assurance that a gentleman had nothing to learn from a farmer. Vaughan was master of his own destiny. I'd given him the information, but only he could decide what to do with it. If it got him killed, that was up to him. There was something ahead. A patch of darkness below a tall pine changed shape. Subtle shift. I froze, watching the darkness with my peripheral vision, where the sensitivity to light is greatest. Vaughan made another sound, and the shadow shifted again. If nothing else, Vaughan was going to be useful as a decoy. I waited for the shadow to move from the safety of the tree. I got to my feet, but stayed in a low crouch. If the sentry turned, he'd be less likely to see me if I was close to the ground. The sentry moved quickly. There was a quiet snap of a holster guard being undone, the whisper of metal on leather, a gun being drawn. I hurried behind the sentry, and as I did, Vaughan moved in, the far undergrowth. I pulled my knife. Saving Vaughan wasn't my primary consideration, but if I could reach the sentry before he pulled the trigger, I'd keep the advantage of silence. Vaughan saw the sentry. He broke cover and ran towards the house that loomed beyond the trees. The sentry sprinted after him, and I followed them both. I gained ground on the sentry and went with a rugby tackle. Unsubtle and noisy, but the best way to make sure. Arms wrapped around legs, no further movement possible. We crashed to the ground. Vaughan reached the house unharmed. "I did it!" he shouted. The sentry rolled over. She pushed me off. "You should have let me get him," Margaret said. "Would have taught him a lesson. He'll be unbearable now." Our final training exercise. I wanted everyone to try their hand at penetrating a target at night, using stealth and the cover of darkness. "We'll take him down a peg or two tomorrow," I said. "I heard you, by the way," she said, as she picked herself up, brushing pine needles from her knees. "You breathe like an elephant." "How do elephants breathe?" "Loudly." "Any of the others make it through?" "Just Vaughan." Vaughan made his way over, the conquering hero. "Good job," I lied. "If this had been a real mission, we'd all be dead or captured. Nobody was ready. We weren't operating as a team. We were a group of individuals out for a lark." "Does the victor get a kiss?" Vaughan asked Margaret. He pulled off his balaclava and wiped his face, smearing the blacking. "You'll be lucky," she said. "I'm going to win you over, Mags. You see if I don't," Vaughan said. He slapped me on the shoulder. "We're ready," he said. "I can feel it." "One more thing," I said. "Tomorrow. First thing." Chapter 65. The sky was black over the downs, a solid line as if an artist had slashed a paintbrush across the canvas. Alarms rang out. Church bells rang. Code name Cromwell. The day we'd all known was coming. The invasion was happening. I sprung from the bed, heart pounding, sweat pouring from my body. It was pitch black. Only the alarm remained. I slapped the clock and sat on the end of the bed, trusting that the panic would pass. I breathed slowly, in and out, in and out. There was no invasion, I told myself. Not yet. I still had time. "What time is it?" Margaret asked. She didn't sound put out at all. Had she even been asleep? 4, I said. "I'll drive down the road and come back," she said. "Don't want Vaughan thinking we spent the night together." She kissed me, a hand on my cheek where she'd slapped me. "You didn't hold back," I said. "If a job's worth doing," she said with a grin. A pair of headlights wobbled in the distance as a car made its way along the lane to the farm. I stood in the cool morning air, waiting. Bill Taylor joined me. He'd gone home for the night, liked to sleep in his own bed, but now he was here, ready for the day. It would be the most important day in our year, make or break. After months of dry weather, the forecast had suddenly changed. A storm was blowing in from the Atlantic, 24 hours before it arrived, if we were lucky. 200 acres of wheat needed harvesting. Yesterday had been too early, too much moisture in the stalks. Many of my neighbours had blinked in the face of the oncoming storm, cut their corn even though they knew better. Give it a day, and their stooks, bundles of wheat gathered together across their fields, would be steaming, generating enough heat to destroy what had taken half a year to grow. But at least they'd got it harvested, they'd be telling themselves, as they rode out across their fields, watching the telltale wisps of smoke and praying for rain. Maybe they'd get lucky. Maybe their moisture content was all right. Today they'd be watching the sky as the clouds rolled in, hoping it would arrive before I could get the harvest done. Nothing more pleasing to a man who's made his own mistakes than seeing his neighbour getting his comeuppance. The peaceful morning was broken by the throaty cough of the tractor turning over. It fired, then roared. Seconds later, it rolled out of the barn, cracking pebbles under its thick tyres, Elizabeth at the wheel. Bill Taylor had tied a cushion onto the seat so she could see over the steering wheel. I saluted her, and she nodded. If you'd told me back in November when we planted the seed that come harvest I'd have a 12-year-old girl in the driving seat, I'd have said you were crazy. The car pulled into the yard, Vaughan at the wheel, excited as a schoolboy on his way to the beach. Miriam climbed out. Her walking stick was gone, and I hoped her recovery was complete. A long day in the fields would test her, and the last thing I needed was to lose a pair of hands halfway through the day. Freddie slumped in the back seat, asleep under a pile of coats. Behind them, the lane was filled with people, here to help. Bill Taylor had put the word out that we were paying 20 shillings a person for the day's work. Good money, that for many would help keep the wolf from the door. Margaret's car threaded its way through the labourers. Vaughan saw it. He smirked. It would be a long day, but if the weather played along, we'd get the job done. Chapter 66. We put in 3 hours before breakfast. Elizabeth drove the tractor, towing the binder with its big wheel of cutting blades. Each blade cut and scooped up an armful of wheat and dropped it onto a chute. Inside the chute, the machine bundled the wheat and tied it before spitting it out. One of Bill Taylor's inventions. I kept a close eye on Elizabeth. Letting her drive at this critical time was a risk. Bill Taylor had argued she was ready. Watching her now, I realized he was right. She did a fine job, kept to straight lines a veteran ploughman would be proud of. The rest of us followed behind, picking up the bundles and stacking them into stooks. Small pyramids, 6 feet across, ready to be carted away. Most of the day labourers from Uckfield knew what they were doing. It was all new to Vaughan and his lot, of course, not on the syllabus at Eton, or whatever Swiss finishing school Miriam had been sent to. But they were quick learners. Give them their due. Bill Taylor had given a tutorial, shown them all the technique. Hold the wheat upright, slam it into the ground, build the stooks every 10 yards until the whole field was covered with them. Even if the rain arrived tonight, once the corn was in stooks, it would weather the storm. We could stack it later on, once it had dried again. The first field was rough around the edges, a lot of stray wheat on the ground from bundles that broke apart under inexpert handling. A number of stooks falling over. Bill Taylor followed behind, always ready with another lesson or sharp word, each as required. If the man from the war rag had been there, he'd have given us a black mark. But we were moving along at a good clip, not letting perfection get in the way when good enough would do. Breakfast was at 8, and everyone was ready for a break. The novelty had long worn off. Freddie was in short sleeves already, and his arms were a mess of scratches from the unforgiving stalks. Bill Taylor drove the van out into the field, loaded up with provisions. Everyone settled into their own groups, eating and talking. I sat with Vaughan, Miriam, Freddie and Margaret, on a blanket set out on the headland, the grassy piece of ground next to the hedge that had been left unplanted. No point wasting good seed where the tractor would be making its turns. Frankie poured us tea, doing the rounds. It was good to see him at home in the fields, doing his bit. Elizabeth ate her breakfast in the driving seat, up in the tractor. "How much more?" Vaughan asked. 8 or 9 hours, if the rain holds off, I said. We'd been working for 3. I watched them as it sunk in. I wanted to see their reactions. If I was going into any kind of action with this lot, I wanted to see how they handled a bit of adversity. Nothing like farming to tire a man out and test his endurance, mental as well as physical. "The rain will delay the invasion," Vaughan said. "Their first step will be to bomb our airfields. You can't do precision bombing if you can't see the targets through the clouds." "What does the forecast say, Bill?" I asked. I wanted to remind Vaughan that he wasn't surrounded by fellow travellers. He'd have to watch what he said. 2 days of rain, then the clouds pass and a week of fine weather, Bill Taylor said. 2 days, Vaughan said. Then it's Adlertag. Adlertag? Frankie asked, spilling tea on the ground as he looked up. I'd been teaching him about some of the local wildlife. He was desperate to see an adder, the only poisonous snake in Britain. I told him its bite wouldn't kill him, but I could tell he didn't believe me. Adlertag, Vaughan repeated, relishing his role as schoolmaster. Adler means eagle, and Tag means day. What language? Frankie asked. German, Vaughan said. Lord Matheson's been listening to too much of our friend Lord Haw-Haw, I joked. But Frankie wasn't convinced. He backed away, keeping a wary eye on Vaughan. The day went as days do when you have a seemingly insurmountable task in front of you, but you keep at it slowly and steadily. After breakfast, we moved on to Dadswell's flat, the largest field. Elizabeth, sitting regally on her tractor, cut down the golden wheat, one strip at a time, and we followed behind, bent to our tasks. Conversation dropped off, and every man and woman found their rhythm. Each one of us found the satisfaction of doing a worthwhile job that needed doing. I'd been worried about Margaret and Miriam, society women who'd been raised to believe that everything they ever wanted would be brought to them on a silver platter. But they were doing their bit. Margaret worked in a slow, steady manner, every sheaf impeccable, with hardly any loose straw left in her wake. She caught my eye, realizing I was watching her, and grinned. Miriam had a different style. Every step was hurried, and she zigzagged across her patch like a spaniel hunting a bird. She left quite a trail of missed corn. We'd be down a sack or two of grain by the end of the field, but still an invaluable pair of hands. Miriam had discarded her cardigan as soon as the sun had cleared the trees, and her shoulders were getting pink. She'd unbuttoned the top few buttons of her blouse, and as she bent to pick up the corn, I realized I was far from the only man in the field watching her. Freddie joined me, lighting a cigarette. "Uncanny, isn't it?" he said. "They could be sisters." Miriam and Margaret shared a joke as they crossed in the field. Margaret sensed us watching, and she gave a wave. Freddie was right. I'd noticed it the first time I saw them together at Vaughan's party, but since then I'd got used to it and stopped seeing it. Margaret and Miriam moved differently and came at their work in their own unique ways, but when it came to physical appearance, they were like peas in a pod. "Makes you wonder what's going through Vaughan's mind," Freddie said. "The way he goes after Margaret like a dog after a bone." I ignored him and looked away from Miriam and Margaret. I had a whole field of people to keep an eye on. "I reckon you could get them both in the sack at the same time, if you played your cards right," he said. I started to tell him to keep his foul mouth shut, but he grinned. He had a disarming way of being insulting while not being hateful. It made it hard to take against him. "No smoking," I said. "This whole field could go up." Freddie weighed the ups and downs of picking a fight. He flicked his half-smoked fag into the stubble. "Yes, sir," he said, giving me a wink. I followed the arc of the cigarette and ground it out. I turned back to him, ready to tell him off for being a fool, but he was already ambling away, back to his place in the line. Chapter 67. The river snaked its way through the lower meadow. At some points it was only 10 feet across, the cow parsley growing on either bank almost touching in the middle. Here, at a broad oxbow, it widened. The far bank was 20 yards away, shadowed by a willow that leant over the water. Freddie landed with a splash and a yell. He surfaced with a whoop, entirely unabashed about being naked in front of a mixed crowd. "Beautiful!" Freddie yelled. "Come on in!" The day had gone well. Bill Taylor was paying off the locals, many of whom would be heading straight for the pub. Freddie had hit on the idea of jumping into the river and wouldn't let up until I relented. If he wanted to act like a pup, I couldn't see the harm in it. Vaughan pulled off his shirt. "Look away, ladies," he said, as he pulled off his trousers and underwear. He picked his way through a patch of nettles on the bank and launched himself into the water with a shout. "You're next, Cook," Freddie shouted, as he trod water in the middle of the channel. Vaughan swam across to the far side, disappearing under the canopy of willow. I didn't fancy the nettles, so I walked upstream 20 yards to the bridge. In former years, we used it to get the cattle across to the meadows on the other side. We'd got rid of the herd last year on government orders, but the bridge was still caked with dried cow dung. I pulled off my shirt and draped it over the railing, giving the sweat-soaked back a fighting chance of drying out while I was in the water. "Cover your eyes, Miriam," Margaret said, putting her hand in front of Miriam's face. I stripped off quickly and leapt from the bridge. Too late, I hoped the river was deep enough. The last time I'd done this was as a boy, more than 30 years ago. The water was cool and clear, colder in the depths. I surfaced to laughter and applause from Margaret and Miriam. "You've got quite the following," Vaughan said, swimming back to the middle of the channel. "Don't mind him, he's jealous," Freddie said, floating further downstream. "Cook, this is glorious. I feel like I could swim for miles. Where does this go?" "Where all rivers go," I said. "You mean I could swim to the sea?" "You might draw a bit of attention swimming through Lewis like that," I said. I looked up to Margaret, but she and Miriam were gone. I could hear them giggling and shushing. "Keep still. You'll have us over," Margaret snapped. I swam upstream to the shadow of the bridge. The women were negotiating the rather tricky process of getting into the rowing boat we kept moored to a rotting old dock on the far side of the bridge. Bill Taylor sometimes used it for fishing, or to inspect the inlets to our drainage ditches, where wooden boards kept the river out until we wanted to flood the meadows. Margaret was already on board, and Miriam had one foot on land, one in the boat. She hopped in and collapsed on the seat as the small craft settled. Margaret tried to use the oars in the rowlocks, but it was clearly a new experience for her. She pushed on the right oar, and the boat started to rotate. As the boat drifted downstream, Vaughan circled it. "That's no fun, girls," Vaughan said. He grabbed the left oar. "You'll never cool off up there." His weight pulled down the left side of the boat, eliciting a scream from Miriam and a glare from Margaret, who had the look of someone trying to master a new skill. She waggled the oar, but Vaughan wouldn't let go. "No, Vaughan," Miriam cried. "Come on, cook. Help me get these nymphs into the water." Vaughan let go of the oar and circled the boat. He darted in, reached up and grabbed the side, 2 feet above the water. As he settled back into the water, the weight of his body pulled the side of the boat down, close to capsizing. I swam backwards, putting some distance between me and the horseplay. If the boat went over, it would flip with a lot of momentum. "Vaughan!" Miriam cried again. I couldn't tell if she was enjoying herself or not. If she hadn't been Vaughan's sister, I would have intervened. Ungentlemanly conduct. As it was, it felt like a private joke, best kept out of. Miriam stood up. Not the best move in terms of improving her balance. "Wait," she said. "Let me get ready." She reached down and grabbed the hem of her dress. With a deft movement, she pulled it up over her head. She waved it with a flourish, and I looked away as the setting sun shone through her slip, showing every detail of every curve. "In you come!" Vaughan shouted, as he pushed up on the boat, counter to the way Miriam braced herself. For a second it looked like she might regain her balance, but Vaughan pulled the boat down, and Miriam went over. As she fell, her head hit the side of the boat with a heavy thud. She hit the water with a splash. Then there was silence. Vaughan swam backwards, putting distance between himself and the boat. He had the decency to look sheepish, ready to receive an earful from his sister the moment she surfaced. But she didn't surface. Margaret looked at the side of the boat and held up her hand. It was red with blood. "She's hurt," Margaret said. "What's going on?" Freddie called, swimming back from around the corner, powerful strokes bringing him closer by the second. "Miriam's playing the fool," Vaughan said. "Cook," Margaret said. I was already filling my lungs, blowing out until they were empty, until they wouldn't expand any further. I did it again, partly for the oxygen, partly to ready myself for what I might find. I dived. The water was cloudy. Vaughan splashing around had stirred up the silt, and it was hard to see more than a few feet. The shade from the bridge made it gloomy, and the boat above made it even harder. I swam to the bottom with my hands outstretched, heading for where I guessed she'd gone in. I felt in the reeds, expecting to see her any second. My lungs were telling me to breathe, and I gave it a count of 20 before I gave in. I surfaced as Freddie joined us. "Where is she?" Margaret asked. "She's fine," Vaughan said. "Swims like a bloody conger eel." "Miriam!" Margaret shouted. I dived again. The shadow of the boat and the cloudy water made it impossible to see. I pulled for the bottom, heading downstream this time. There was a flash of white. I swam towards it and grabbed it, getting a handful of mud along with the fabric. I slung the sodden material into the boat as I surfaced. Margaret held it up. "It's her dress," she said. Chapter 68. Vaughan surfaced with a gasp of air. He'd been under the water for an eternity. He looked at us frantically. "Bloody girl," he said. "Cook, Freddie, with me. We'll start where she went in and work our way downstream. If we're side by side, we can't miss her. With Vaughan in the middle, anchoring the line, Freddie and I filled our lungs and dived. Our activity had stirred up the silt on the bottom, and the water was a soup. I swam to the riverbed, feeling the pressure of the water building as I got deeper. I ran my fingers in the mud and silt and let the current carry me downstream. A shape loomed in front of me, lighter than the mud, catching dull glimmers of what sunlight penetrated down here. My heart pounded, and I fought the desire to shoot to the surface. I closed the distance to the shape and reached out to touch it, prepared for cold flesh. Rough stone scraped my fingers. A rock, lighter than the silt, lying there under water since the beginning of time. I broke the surface. Freddie and Vaughan were already up, readying themselves for the next dive. There was a whistle from the reeds downstream, an approximation of birdsong, but not a bird. "Ready?" Vaughan asked, no longer hiding the desperation in his voice. "Quiet," I said. The whistle came again, and I saw her, head and shoulders bobbing above the surface, partly hidden by thick reeds by the river's edge. Vaughan's head snapped round, following the sound. "You bloody idiot!" he shouted. Miriam swam out from the reeds, a translucent slip billowing behind her like a parachute. "Got you," she said. "For Christ's sake, Miriam," Vaughan said. His voice was cold. The game was over. "What?" Miriam asked. Vaughan swam to the dock, upstream of the bridge. "You're a bloody fool," he shouted. Margaret was tying up the boat. Vaughan pulled himself out of the water and stood naked in front of her. He shook his head as she asked a question. He looked back at Miriam, then said something to Margaret. Margaret threw Vaughan his clothes and stood up. From my position in the water, I couldn't hear what Margaret said to him, but I could see her lips. She was telling him it was his fault. Or was she saying his name? Vaughan. Fault. The same F shape with the lips. "Fault," Kate had said as she lay dying. Her last word to me. Except it wasn't my fault. That was my guilt over getting involved in the situation, inserting itself into my interpretation. Freddie swam up to me. "I'm going to swim down the river," he said, his teeth chattering in the cold. "See how far I can get. You with me, Cook?" "You go, Freddie," Miriam said, swimming towards us. "Cook can stay here with me. Make sure I don't drown." Chapter 69. "You've got a nasty cut," I said to Miriam. She winced as I touched her forehead. Blood flowed from the wound, 2 inches across. It looked deep, probably needed stitches. "We need to get something on it, apply pressure and keep it there." I looked around. My shirt was hanging over the railing on the bridge. It was filthy, but it would have to do. "I've got it," Miriam said. She'd been treading water but stopped and slipped below the surface. When she came back up, she had a ball of fabric in her hand, her slip. We swam to the shallower water near the bank. I wrung out the slip and folded it. I pressed it against her forehead, and it instantly bloomed red. "Hold it firmly," I said. She put her hand on top of mine, trapping it. "He gets like that, if he doesn't get his own way," she said. "Vaughan." "My darling brother," she said. "It's my job to take him down a peg or two. It's the only thing he understands." She was shivering. The cold water had blanched her skin, taking away the sunburn, albeit temporarily. Her shoulders were bruised. I touched them. "What happened?" I asked. She lowered herself into the water. "Nothing," she said. "Freddie had me carrying his art supplies across the forest. Doesn't like to do his own work." Her teeth chattered as she talked. "We need to get you dry," I said. "Not yet," she said, moving closer. I felt her breasts against my chest, her nipples brushing my skin. "Hold me." I put my arms around her and pulled our bodies closer. I was a useful heat source, and nothing more. At least that's what I told myself. Not every part of my body got the message, though, as I responded to the feel of her soft body against mine. "You do want me," she said. "A girl does wonder, you know." "Don't take it personally," I said, as she moved against me. "I intend to take it very personally," she said. She moved her hands to my bottom and pulled us closer together. "You know, I love Margaret like a sister," she said. "But she's not right for you. Not for the long run. She doesn't look at you the way you look at her." She kissed me and moved her hips gently. I lowered my own hands down her back, letting them slide over her bottom, pulling her close. She put her hand on my shoulder and braced herself, then wrapped her legs around my waist. "Miriam," I said. "Our secret," she said, reaching down to position herself. I tried to be dispassionate, to weigh the pros and cons. The pros were immediate. Short-term pleasure, no doubt, a beautiful young woman, an idyllic spot. Our secret, nobody would know. And Margaret had practically told me to seduce her. The cons were more abstract. Disappointment with myself, losing control. But disappointment and I were old friends. "Margaret's with Vaughan," Miriam said, as she tensed her legs behind my waist, pulling herself onto me. She was warm inside. She slid up, then down, clenching her bottom, the water allowing her a freedom of movement she wouldn't have on land. She leant back, looking up at the sky, her chest rising to the surface. I bent to her breast, and I saw the bruises again circling her shoulder, a pattern like a strap, more defined under her arm. I remembered Doc pulling back the shirt of the man I'd killed at Kate's house, checking the shoulder and shaking his head at Nisham. A moment of understanding between them, an important detail. "How's your leg?" I asked. When I'd first met her, she'd been using a cane. "Fine," she said, "especially with you taking the weight so manfully." "What was it like?" I asked, jumping out of the aeroplane into the darkness. Miriam froze, her legs wrapped around me. She looked at me, trying to decide. She restarted her movements. The decision made, it seemed. She kissed me. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. "They sent you to find the source of the radio transmissions, but your equipment was destroyed when it landed," I said. "So you were stuck listening to fences." "It's an interesting theory," she said, "but I'm not that exciting." She kissed me. "Lucky you found me," I said. "I'll show you Aspidistra, and everyone gets what they want." "Except me," she said. "You'll go back to Margaret. I know you will." We walked barefoot across the fields, keeping to the grassy headlands. Fat raindrops plopped to the ground. Black clouds rolled in over the downs. "Our secret," Miriam said, as a distant rumble of thunder gave us notice of the coming storm. Margaret stood on the horizon, the farmhouse beyond. Vaughan joined her. They watched us. We obviously weren't quick enough for their liking, because Vaughan ran towards us. He held a slip of paper in his hand, and he waved it like it was a winning raffle ticket. A telegram. There was a boom of thunder, louder than a salvo of artillery, and the rain came on in force. By the time Vaughan reached us, halfway along the hedgerow flanking Dadswell's flat, it was like we were standing under a waterfall. "We've got a problem," Vaughan said, trying to catch his breath. "What?" Miriam asked. A flash of lightning lit the black cloud from the inside. "The old man's coming. Tonight." A jagged shard of lightning pierced the gloomy sky, reaching down to the tallest oak at the far end of the field. The same instant, a deafening crack, and the lightning branched out across the line of trees. "Cook can take us in," Miriam said. "He's one of us." There was a boom of thunder, and more lightning, multiple flashes building on each other. Vaughan twitched at each boom. I felt it too. We'd survived the trenches, but we hadn't left them behind. "We'll go in tonight," Vaughan said, in his best attempt at a command voice. It came out like a man trying to convince himself he knew the right way forwards. I'd heard that tone all too often. Invariably, it meant my men and I were heading into trouble, our lives subordinate to an officer's need to show the world he was a man to be reckoned with. Chapter 70. Elizabeth was glowing after her day in the driving seat. She sat taller in her chair. "You did all right on that tractor," I said, as Mum handed out plates of sausages and mash. "Think you might be able to give Bill Taylor a hand ploughing all those fields, now we've got the harvest in?" Elizabeth shrugged, but her eyes met mine and there was a smile in there, beneath the darkness. "What about me?" Frankie asked. "Give it a year," I said, "and we'll get you up there too. You both did us proud today." Big Ben told 8 on the wireless, and Mum turned it up. "Good evening," the BBC newsreader said. "Today, Marshal Pétain, the Premier of France, signed an armistice with Germany, ending all hostilities. We go straight to number 10 for an address by the Prime Minister." The mood in the kitchen changed. For a minute, we'd let ourselves forget the war, celebrating the harvest the way farming families had for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Reality came back, through the hissing static of the radio broadcast. I pictured a room of technicians flicking switches to connect us to Downing Street. Incredible that in a second we would have a direct line from the Prime Minister to our farmhouse kitchen. "It has come to us to stand alone in the breach and face the worst that the tyrant's might and enmity can do," Churchill said. "We await undismayed the impending assault. Perhaps it will come tonight. Perhaps it will come next week. Perhaps it will never come." I put my hand on Elizabeth's, expecting her to flinch, but she let it rest there, as we listened to the Prime Minister telling us our world was about to end. "We must show ourselves equally capable of meeting a sudden violent shock," he continued, "or, what is perhaps a harder test, a prolonged vigil. But be the ordeal sharp or long, or both, we shall seek no terms. We shall tolerate no parley. We may show mercy. We shall ask for none. But all depends now upon the whole life strength of the British race in every part of the world, and of all our associated peoples, and of all our well-wishers in every land, doing their utmost night and day, giving all, daring all, enduring all, to the utmost, to the end." There was a hiss of static as the radio technicians waited to learn if there was more to the speech. I nodded to Mum, and she turned the radio off. "Well," I said, "whether the Germans invade tomorrow or next week, or not at all, those stooks will have to be brought in and stacked, and the land will have to be ploughed and seeded for next year." Elizabeth squeezed my hand, and Frankie nodded. I'd sounded more confident than I felt, but I believed what I said. One of the great comforts of farming, compared to soldiering, farmers come and go, but the land remains. Chapter 71. The dead letter drop was a stone next to a small waterfall, one of the many streams that threaded through the undulations of the forest, running through wet weather or dry, fed by seemingly inexhaustible springs. The locals called the place the Garden of Eden. On a hot day, a pretty place to bring your family for a picnic, sit on the heather and listen to the burbling water. On this stormy night, the swollen stream gushed over the short drop and churned in the receiving pool, making drifts of white foam that clung to the banks. Bunny had told me to alert him to our coming. It was a critical part of the plan, a weak link. He'd promised they'd check the drop site every couple of hours, day or night, rain or shine. I looked around but didn't see anyone, and didn't fancy my chances. Perhaps they had someone surveying it from a distance. My note was brief. Tonight. I'd rolled the paper and put it in a cigar tube, sealed with paraffin wax. The rain beat heavily on my hat and my waxed coat. I sounded like a drum, announcing my presence to the whole of the forest. I took one last look around and put the cigar tube in the shallow hollow clearly created for the purpose, replacing the sandstone rock on top. If the note got to Bunny, the plan would work. If it didn't, the whole thing would be over before it got going. I'd be leading a team of Nazi sympathizers into a sensitive military installation, after Churchill had broadcast to the nation that the invasion may come tonight. Everyone would be on the lookout. Chapter 72. 3 cars sat next to each other, parked under the redwoods. Big, black, expensive. The front door was open and undefended. William Washington evidently elsewhere. Voices came from the library, and I stopped to listen. Get this right, and they'll give you Sussex and Kent. What about you? Vaughan said. Hitler's got something else in mind for me. A different voice, older, more confident. A man who lived his life with absolute certainty. I'll be the king's right hand, the power behind the throne. The king? Vaughan said. The real king. Footsteps behind gave me warning. I turned to see 2 men looking at me as if I were a mess the dog had made. One of the men pulled a gun and leveled it at my chest. He was a giant, 7 foot at least, and thick with muscles. His nose gave him away as a boxer, and his face was vaguely familiar, in the way of someone you might have seen in the back pages of a newspaper. He was dressed in a stylized manner. Tight black trousers, a well-fitted black polo-neck sweater, and a thick belt with an oversized buckle. He looked like a film designer's version of a man from the future. I'd seen the look in newsreels, one of Mosley's black shirts, their uniforms a nod to Hitler's SS stormtroopers. The black shirts had travelled with Mosley to rallies around the country, acting as part bodyguard, part provocation. Every event had ended in violence, a predetermined part of the show. The second man was dressed identically. He was smaller than me, wiry, dark-complexioned, from southern Europe perhaps. One side of his face was cross-hatched with scars, and as he stood in the hall, a flick knife appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Nice costumes, I said. Is that you, Cook? Vaughan called from the library. Come in, man. I gave the black shirts a nod. Neither of them put their weapons away, but they didn't frighten me. I knew the type. Foot soldiers. If they'd been smart enough, they'd have been given more responsibility, but they weren't. They were smart enough to get out of bed in the morning and get themselves dressed, but it didn't go much further than that. If it came to it, I'd take them down as I'd taken down so many of their type. What did they see as they looked at me in the dusty hall? An aging farmer, dripping on the floor in his sodden rain gear. And nobody. That was fine with me. Under-promise, over-deliver. Vaughan was sitting by a smouldering fire. Freddie, as usual, hovered in the background, fidgeting with the drinks at the sideboard. In the other armchair, opposite Vaughan, was the visitor. I recognized him instantly, as anyone in the country would. Lord Lizzle Howe, the Duke of Wessex, a vocal supporter of Mosley and the British Union of Fascists, before they were outlawed, a black sheep in the royal family. They said he refused to travel in the same car as his luggage, not something a gentleman would do. Hence the 3 cars outside, one for him, one for his briefcase, one for the black shirts. Vaughan says you're ready to go in, Hal said, matter of fact. It's now or never, I said. In my experience, it was the kind of thing men like Hal liked to hear from their subordinates. Gave them carte blanche to authorize action that would give a rational man pause. It worked on the men as well, a multi-purpose saying, said when you wanted them to put aside their better judgment. I'd seen it work in desperate situations, and it worked here. Freddie smiled. Now, Vaughan said, I'm tired of planning. Where do you fit into all this? Hal asked me, giving me an appraising look. Freddie hooked his arm around my shoulders. If it weren't for Cook, we'd still be pasting up leaflets. What do you get out of it? Hal asked. Same thing we all want, I said. Peace. Hal smiled and nodded. Correct, he said. But perhaps you want a prize once the dust has settled. Big house like this wouldn't hurt, I said. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with something, Hal said, pleased he'd got the measure of the man in front of him. Chapter 73. Dinner was subdued, Hal's presence as much a dampener on spirits as the storm that lashed the windows. I knew how Vaughan would be feeling. It had happened to me on occasion. You have your unit, and every man knows the other. Then a superior officer graces you with his presence, and all every man can do is to watch the minutes tick slowly by. Hal regaled us with stories designed to show off his inside knowledge of the highest levels of government and royalty. To hear him talk, every time he left home, he saw only imbeciles and sycophants. Clearly Hal didn't have any mirrors in his own house. The war stories got us through dinner, but the tone changed as our plates were cleared for pudding. Talk me through the plan, Hal said. Vaughan sat up taller in his chair, finally his chance to prove his quality. I willed him to present himself well, the solidarity of the underling when faced with the heavy boot of authority. We go in at 2, Vaughan said. No moon, full cloud cover. Who goes in? Hal asked. Me, Freddie, Cook, Miriam. Of course. Margaret. No, Hal interrupted. Lady Margaret can sit this one out. I'll leave one of my men to keep her company. I don't need a babysitter, Margaret said. This isn't a discussion, Hal said firmly. Margaret stays here. It'll help Sergeant Major Cook keep his head straight. You too. He looked Vaughan firmly in the eye. I've seen the way you look at her. I insist, Vaughan said. I don't think you understand your situation, Hal said. You've fouled up every aspect of this operation so far. People have been killed. The police are sniffing around. You've got a self-confessed double agent in the midst of your team, a man you know nothing about, and you've left it to the last minute. I can assure you, there are people in Berlin howling for your head. It took all of my diplomatic skills to stop them from sending a team of SS troops to take over the operation. So, are you going to tell me the rest of the plan, or are we going to bicker about whether you get to take your girlfriend? As he spoke, a large black shirt appeared at the door. He caught Hal's eye, and Hal waved him over. The black shirt whispered in Hal's ear and handed him something. Hal kept the object below the level of the table and looked at it. When he looked up, his face was pale, his jaw quivering with rage. Hal whispered orders to the black shirt, who nodded and left. You leave at 2, Hal prompted. We've located a house in the woods near Nutley, Vaughan said. We've got a source telling us there's an underground passage from there to the towers. There's some kind of underground facility beneath the towers. We've traced the route of the passage on a map, and we've found a way in halfway along the passage. How reliable's the source? Hal asked. I'm the source, I said. You're right that it's a risk to trust me, but the upside outweighs the downside. If I'm on your side, I get you in. If I'm not, it all goes wrong. But if you don't use me, it'll go wrong anyway. So I'm all you've got." "I don't like it," Hal said. "We go in," Vaughan said. "Miriam confirms it's a radio transmitter. Or not, as the case may be," Hal interrupted. "Or not," Vaughan agreed. "Then we get out and get a radio signal back to Berlin." Hal looked at me, then at Vaughan. "I've got a couple of extra details," he said. "New orders from Berlin." "It's too late for new orders," Freddie said. Hal looked at Freddie as if one of his servants had offered a strategic opinion. "I'll let you pass that insight on to Herr Hitler in person, when he's here in a week," Hal said to Freddie. "They don't want it going out on the radio. Too many people listening. They want a debrief in person." As he said this, Hal looked meaningfully at Miriam. "Impossible," Vaughan said. "It's all right," Miriam said, putting her hand on his. "There'll be a U-boat 1/2 mile off the coast. You'll need a boat and someone to row her out there." "No," Vaughan said. "It's insane." "It's war," Hal said. "I'll take her," I said. "I know the river. I know the defenses." Hal nodded. "One more thing," he said. "It's no longer a sightseeing mission. It's a demolition job." Freddie sat up straighter. "If it's anything close to what we think it is, we can't risk leaving it operational." "We haven't trained with explosives," I said. "I'm ready," Freddie said. "I've been reading up on it." "That's settled then," Hal said. "End of discussion." He raised his hands from below the table, and I saw what the black shirt had given him. A cigar tube, sealed at one end with wax to keep the water out. The seal had been broken. Hal put the cigar tube in his inside pocket. "Ladies, you'll have to excuse us. Gentlemen, we've got an issue to attend to." Chapter 74. The rain was deafening on the leaves, soaking us as we pushed our way single file through the undergrowth. Me, Vaughan and Freddie, with Hal and the tall black shirt leading the way. Vaughan and the black shirt carried battery-powered torches, the black shirt shining his on the ground in front of Hal. Freddie and I had to fend for ourselves. The black shirt seemed to know where he was going. He held a rifle slung over his shoulder, like he was on parade. Useful for showing your sergeant major your arms, and nice to look at when you had 100 men in formation, but not particularly effective in terms of readiness. If I ran, he'd have to swing the barrel off his shoulder, reverse the gun, get his finger in the trigger guard, then aim. I'd be long gone, with 50 feet's worth of ancient oak trees between me and him. I should have run, but it would have meant abandoning Margaret and the mission. I assumed one of the black shirts had seen me leave the message. They must have known about the drop site, and watching just in case. After all the places I'd fought, all the life or death situations, I was walking to my execution in the Sussex countryside. They'd take me far enough from the house to be discreet, put me against a tree, and shoot. Perhaps they'd rough me up first, try to get me to spill the beans on what I was up to. But they wouldn't get anything from me. Let them do their worst. I'd do my bit, even if doing my bit at this point was dying quietly. We arrived at a clearing, and the black shirt pointed his torch to the far side. I assumed that was where he wanted me, up against an old oak. It took me a moment to realize what I was seeing, in the weak light of his torch, through the curtain of rain. The butler, William Washington, was strung up against the tree, his arms behind him, wrapped backwards around the trunk. He was unconscious, and one of his shoulders was dislocated. His face was blooded, both his eyes swollen. It looked like someone had used him for batting practice and hadn't held back. "What's this?" Vaughan asked. "You've got a mole," Hal said. "Impossible," Vaughan said. "This man's been with me for years." "Saw him going for a walk," the shorter black shirt said, stepping out from behind a tree. He was cleaning a large hunting knife, the kind you'd use to gut a deer, 8 inches of steel. Going for a walk's not a crime, Vaughan said. Howe took the cigar tube from his inside pocket and passed it to Vaughan. Vaughan tapped it on his palm and a roll of paper slid out. He unrolled the paper. I knew what it said. Tonight. What did he say? I said. I didn't ask him any questions, the shorter black shirt said. You hurt a man that much, he'll say anything to make you stop. Vaughan looked at Howe. What are we doing here? He asked. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Howe said, in a manner of speaking. Washington opened his eyes. He looked at me. I forced myself to meet his gaze. Turning away was a coward's way out. One way or another, this was going to end badly for him. A train of events that had been put in motion the second I put the note in the cigar case and left it in the dead drop. Cook, Howe said, I'm sure you've been racking your brain trying to think of a way to prove your loyalty to Vaughan. Well, it's your lucky day. Killing him doesn't prove anything, I said. I've killed scores of men for all kinds of reasons. It doesn't give you any indication of my allegiance. The black shirt tossed me the knife. It spun in the air and I stepped away, letting it land in a leaf litter. I picked it up and cleaned the blade on my sleeve. What if I won't do it? I asked. I'll get Vaughan or Freddie to do it, Howe said. You'll be next. Generally, we don't kill prisoners of war, Vaughan said. It's bad form. Williams groaned. He shook his head. Nobody wants to die. I was thinking furiously, trying to run through the options. I could kill Howe in the black shirts, overpower Vaughan and Freddie, and free Williams. The right thing to do. Bunny's voice echoed in my head. Whatever it takes. Kill one man to save thousands, or save the man and worry about the thousands later. I'll do it, I said. I walked to Williams, forcing myself to look him in the eye. I could see the confusion on his face. He was trying to work out what the angle was, how I was going to square the circle and get him out of this situation. He thought I was the hero of the story. He thought there'd be a twist, a way for us both to end up running through the woods, the villains hot on our heels, escaping by the skin of our teeth. He was wrong. I've got a wife, he said, looking into my eyes and seeing what was going to happen. I could have said I was sorry. I could have told him he was dying for his king, making the world a safer place. I could have told him I'd get a message to his wife, tell her he died bravely. But none of those things would have kept him alive any longer. All of you, Howe said. Vaughan, Freddie, Cook. I want 3 hands on the knife. Vaughan and Freddie joined me. Vaughan looked like he was going to be sick. Freddie was vibrating with nervous energy. He smiled at me, his teeth chattering. Hands on the knife, Howe ordered. The black shirt, who'd led us into the woods, took the rifle from his shoulder and cocked the hammer. A theatrical move, but it broke the deadlock. Vaughan put his hand over mine, on the hilt of the knife. Freddie didn't need persuading. He put his hand over Vaughan's. The 3 of us held the knife, the blade vertical, like a candle, the tip half an inch below Washington's throat. With 3 hands on it, the knife had a life of its own. I held it down, but it wanted to rise. Freddie's influence, I suspected. Please, Washington whispered. On the count of 3, Howe said. 1. This isn't right, I said quietly. But Vaughan didn't reply. He'd gone somewhere else. We've met before, I said. In France. You killed those farmers. That got him back. He looked at me, as if seeing me for the first time. Margaret says you're a good man, I said. I've seen it myself. You're not defined by the worst thing you did. 2. Freddie's arm was quivering. I held the knife down. I could keep it there all night if it came to it. Wait for my signal, Washington, I said. He looked at me. a wave of relief flooding across his face. He nodded. 3. Chapter 75. The water ran clear from my hands, swirling in the sink. Fine cracks in the old porcelain stained red from the blood. I could let the water run all night, and those cracks would still be stained. The bathroom door opened behind me. I was expecting Margaret. She and Miriam had been kept in the dark. Howe may have been a murderer, but he had a fine sense of decorum. It was Miriam. She closed the door behind her. It was a cramped space, a small bathroom carved out of a bedroom when they'd installed indoor plumbing. The wall cut a window in half, a bad design, favouring function over form. I turned off the tap, but kept my back to her. She was as much a part of this as Howe was, as much a part as Vaughan was, as I was, if I was being honest with myself. The first jump was the hardest, she said. That was in daylight. They made me do 3 practice jumps. Apparently the rate of injuries drops off significantly after the first 3. They've done a study. The most common injuries are twisted ankles, second most common broken ankles, then injuries to the shoulders when the parachute pulls you back. Must be tricky in the dark when you can't see the ground rushing up at you, I said. Hard to come down smoothly, I'd imagine. Vaughan had a light, she said, but that was for the pilot. Once I was in the air, it was pitch black. If you hit open ground, you're lucky. If you hit a tree, you're not. Like roulette. I got lucky. Why? I asked. They've got reconnaissance pictures of those transmission towers going up. All those lorries in and out of the place, slap bang in the middle of the invasion zone. Would you want to be in charge of the invasion and have to tell Hitler it failed because of some secret thing in the middle of your drop zone that you hadn't managed to check out? So you're the key to the invasion. I wouldn't put it like that. I looked at my watch. It was 9:30. When do we go? She asked. 2, I said. Get some rest in the meantime. I pushed past her and opened the door. Vaughan was outside in the corridor listening. Howe's gone, he said. I ignored him and strode along the corridor. I had things to do. Vaughan followed me like a puppy. Where are you going? He asked. I'm going to sleep, I said. How can you sleep after that? He asked. I've done worse than that before breakfast, I said. And so have you. You do it enough, you stop noticing. I left him, standing there in the corridor. He shouted after me, I don't believe that, Cook, and neither do you. Chapter 76. I lay on top of the covers, dressed, boots on, wondering where Margaret was sleeping. 1 a.m. There had been lots of movement, stomping along corridors, flushing of toilets, but things had gone quiet. Everyone was trying to sleep, or pretending to. I got up quietly and went to the window. The rain had stopped, but fat drips fell from the gutters above. I was on the 2nd floor, and my window looked out onto the patio. I could smell honeysuckle. Its thick vines covered the back wall of the house. I had to get word to Bunny. If we went in without advance warning, the whole operation would be over as soon as we met the 1st century. And Howe's orders about it being a demolition job added even more urgency. I was about to lead a team of saboteurs into a site that Bunny believed was pivotal, a slim chance that we might defeat the coming wave. I climbed onto the windowsill. It was awkward, squatting there. The window was 18 inches wide, not wide enough to get through comfortably. I grabbed a vine on the outside wall and tested its strength. It was as thick as my wrist, its woody fibres twisted like a rope. I tried to pull it away from the wall, but it stuck firm. I hoped it took my weight. I swung out of the window and clung onto the vine. There was a tearing sound. The thick vines were lined with hundreds of tiny roots, each thinner than a piece of string and shorter than a fingernail. A whole section pulled out of the old stone wall, and I swayed backwards, putting even more pressure on the remaining roots. I hurried down the vine and landed on the patio as softly as I could, outside the glass doors to the library. Standing on the patio, I had the long sweep of Vaughan's lawns and gardens in front of me, dropping away into the valley that separated his house from the untamed expanse of the forest. The forest mirrored the sweep, back up to the far horizon where the clump of trees hid the radio transmitters. Behind me, a door creaked. I was exposed, on the moonlit patio, nowhere to turn. It was Margaret. She looked behind her and pulled the door closed. "What if you don't come back?" she whispered. "Not exactly the confidence boost I was looking for," I said, keeping my voice low. "Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Isn't that what Blakeney told you?" She was right. "Tell them I ran. Tell them you always suspected I was a traitor, but you didn't want to believe it. You'll have to help them run the mission. They're amateurs. They'll shoot themselves in the foot before they get halfway across the forest." "Vaughan wouldn't let me go," she said. "You heard how. I'm the hostage, the princess in the tower." "Vaughan will do anything you tell him," I said, giving her a kiss. "You're the kind of woman a man likes taking orders from." She checked her wristwatch. "I'll be back in an hour," I said. "A mile each way, 15 minutes brisk walk. Time to find Bunny and brief him, barely." She kissed me. "Come back in one piece," she said. "A girl could get used to having you around." I checked my own watch. I had an hour maximum. Everything would have to go as planned. I followed the path through the gardens, past ornamental rhododendrons and azaleas, and great clumps of other bushes I couldn't name. I reached the fence at the bottom of Vaughan's lawn, where only days earlier the party had gathered to listen to the German transmission. I bent down to step between the strands of barbed wire, feeling the upper strand catch on my back as I stepped through. "You want to watch yourself," a voice said. "You'll get a nasty scratch. Get lockjaw." I climbed out backwards and straightened up. One of the black shirts stood in front of me, the giant. I realized where I'd seen him before. Tommy Torson, East End boy turned boxing champion. He had his rifle slung over his shoulder, and he swung it down, slapping it into his palm. He leveled it at my head. "You should have stuck with boxing," I said. "Leave the politics to the gentleman." It was a test, one that could go one of two ways. If he was an effective sentry, he'd shoot me. No witty repartee, no back and forth. He'd discovered me trying to sneak out, no innocent explanation. Only one way to deal with it. When I was on the rocky slopes overlooking the Khyber Pass, and an enemy soldier stumbled on my post, I didn't stop to engage him in polite chit-chat. Same in the trenches. Don't believe what they tell you about playing football at Christmas. When a man's been sent out to kill you, and you get the chance to pull the trigger first, you pull the trigger. I was betting on him being an amateur, a sportsman. Queensberry rules and all that, clear rules of engagement, based on a Victorian attempt to impose order on man's baser instincts. If he said anything to me instead of shooting, he was a dead man. Chapter 77. "You're coming with me," he said. 5 minutes gone. "You fire that gun, you'll have every sentry at the facility on alert," I said. "It's goodbye Adlertag. I don't think Vaughan's going to thank you for that, do you?" His eyes flicked to the house up on the hill. I had no idea if what I'd said was true. In fact, it was highly doubtful. We were down in a hollow, where the noise of one shot from a rifle would be muffled by the topography. But all that was beside the point. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Put enough self-confidence into it, and people will believe anything. Better than that, tell somebody what they want to hear, and they'll believe you every time. Tommy Torson had made his name as a boxer. He'd been sent out with a gun, and I'd told him not to use it. That was music to his ears. Torson grinned and put the gun down, leaning it against a tree. A pleasurable interlude. Beat up the farmer, teach him a thing or two about boxing, pick up the gun again, and report back to the house. They'd give him a prize, like in the good old days. He strode towards me, rolling his sleeves up. I ran. I ran along the contour of the slope, along the fence, a grassy meadow on my right, with Vaughan's gardens and house in the distance. Torson followed me, as I knew he would. He left the gun behind, as I knew he would. I ran faster than he did, so eventually I stopped, to let him catch up. He gained on me, breathing heavily. He was built for power, not for speed. I ran back towards him, surprising him. He stopped and put his hands out, but I ducked around him, like a boy playing British bulldog in the playground. Now I was closest to the gun, and I was the faster runner. He chased me, his boots pounding the ground. He put on a burst of speed, but the race was a foregone conclusion. I beat him to the gun with seconds to spare. Not long enough to get it to my shoulder and cock the hammer, but that wasn't a problem. Sometimes you have to think outside the lines. The rifle was a multi-purpose weapon, useful to fire small pieces of metal at speed, but it had other uses. I grabbed the barrel and swung it around like the Americans do with a baseball bat. Nice long steel barrel, heavy oak stock, beautifully weighted. He ducked, thinking I was going for his head. It would have worked for him, but I was aiming lower. I'd been aiming for his knees, but him ducking brought his head into play. I adjusted the trajectory like a batsman following a rising fast ball, and the oak stock hit the side of his head with a crack. He slumped to the ground, and I swung the gun around for another blow, but it wasn't needed. He was already dead. 10 minutes gone. I looked up towards the house, looming in the distance, its chimneys visible over the slope of the lawns and gardens. No windows in sight. Nobody would have seen. But I had a problem. We were directly on the route from Vaughan's house to the transmitter. In less than an hour, I'd be here again. It would be dark, but they'd notice the body. I grabbed it by the arms and dragged it along the line of the hill, following the route I'd run only a minute earlier. I kept my eyes on the woods below me, looking for a place I could leave the body. Suddenly, the woods looked a lot less wild than I'd expected. Tree trunks reached up to the canopy, but down below was a neat carpet of leaves, nowhere to hide a body. Worse still, I was leaving 2 gouges in the grass, where Torson's feet were digging into the soft ground. Probably not enough to raise suspicion, but probably wasn't good enough. I bent down to shoulder the body, like putting on a heavy rucksack. I arched my back, stooping forwards, and I felt his feet lift off the ground behind me. An inch of clearance from the ground, but enough. I staggered forwards, keeping my eyes on the far end of the grassy slope 50 yards from me. The woods there looked thicker. Torson's head lolled next to my cheek. I felt liquid on my face, and I smelt blood. I concentrated on each step, 50 yards shrinking to 40, 30, then halfway there. There was a fallen birch tree on my left, blown down in a storm, pulling up a large root ball. A hole where the roots should have been. I shuffled over to the edge of the hole and tipped the body in. It lay there at the bottom of the hole, a man-shaped silhouette against white sand. I kicked in soil from the crumbling edge. There was a thin layer of soil and grass. Underneath that, sand and rock. I kicked soil, sand and rock into the hole, working my way along the edge until the body was gone. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. I checked my watch. 20 to 2. Not enough time. I'd left the window ajar, but I needn't have worried. Margaret was leaning out, ready to help me in. She looked at me quizzically and I shook my head. "What happened?" Margaret whispered. "One of the black shirts was waiting for me," I said. Are you all right to be in here? Vaughan made his move, she said. I couldn't do it. I told him I was going to make up with you, and if that meant I couldn't be part of his game, then so be it. There was a creak from the corridor outside the room. Someone was up and about. Margaret froze. Get into bed, she said. We got under the covers and listened for more movement. Footsteps, walking away. Now what? Margaret asked. 15 minutes left. Wake me up at 2, I said. Chapter 78. The grandfather clock in the hall downstairs chimed 2. A mournful sound in the quiet old house. A few seconds later, a smaller clock, higher pitched, further away, gave the same report. There was a knock on the door. Vaughan must have been waiting for the clock. Probably been walking around the house in his camouflage war paint, rucksack on, counting down the seconds. 1 minute, I said loudly. Let him know who was in charge. Vaughan left, clomping through the house, rousing the others. I stroked Margaret's face. They'll use you as a hostage until it's all done and dusted, I said to Margaret. I'll let them think that's what they're doing, she said. If it all goes wrong, I haven't seen you worried before, she said. I'm not worried. I'm about to lead a badly trained team of Nazi sympathizers to infiltrate the country's most secret military installation. I'll either get killed in the process, or we'll succeed, and I'll have helped the Germans with their invasion. What's there to be worried about? You'll figure it out, she said, and kissed me on the lips. You're a good man, John Cook. Vaughan came back, boots heavy on the floor. The door opened and he peered in. Ready? He asked. Ready, I said. Behind Vaughan, the remaining black shirt stood guard. He looked at Margaret and smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile. If you touch her, I said to him, I'll kill you. Chapter 79. It was dark, full cloud cover and no lights on the horizon. Metal clinked on metal. Freddie hadn't taped down his buckles like I'd told him to. Freddie thought the rules didn't apply to him, and it was going to catch up with him sooner or later. In front, Vaughan scuffed through the low heather. He knew this landscape like the back of his hand, he'd said, so I'd put him in the lead. We walked quickly, the adrenaline rushing through our bodies, pushing us on. The night air was strong with the smell of fox, out there somewhere marking its territory. The darkness and the quiet helped me think, and I had a lot to think about. Situation. I was leading 3 amateurs into a secret facility, presumably heavily guarded. Complication 1. I was meant to give advance warning of the attack, so Bunny and his guards could melt into the darkness and let us get in and out without confrontation. Let Miriam see what she needed to see and get the word back to Berlin. Complication 2. Instead of leading a sightseeing mission, I was now leading a demolition team. Solution: give it my best shot and hope that everything worked out like it was supposed to. The more I thought it through, the less I liked it. We reached a stream at the bottom of the long slope down from Vaughan's place. Until now, we'd been on Vaughan's land. His palatial house, his prize-winning gardens. Across the stream, the forest was open to the horizon. No man's land. We all felt it. We were crossing the Rubicon. Freddie wasted no time, wading into the fast-flowing water up to his knees. Vaughan followed, conspicuously showing how little he cared about a bit of cold water. Halfway across, he reached back to take Miriam's hand, and she skipped across, using 2 wet rocks as stepping stones. My time in the trenches had given me a lifelong aversion to getting my feet wet, so I hurried along the bank until I found a rotten trunk, fallen across the stream. I stepped quickly across and landed on the far side. Back in no man's land, as if I never left. Vaughan started up the slope, but I put my hand on his shoulder, haunting him. "Listen," I said, keeping my voice low. They all crowded in around me. "What we're doing is war. It's not a debate. It's not sticking leaflets on a lamppost. It's not leaving a rotten egg on the headmaster's chair. From here on out, we're the enemy, and once we go past their perimeter, they'll be shooting to kill." "If they start shooting, they're asking for trouble," Freddie said. "Remember, the dark is our friend," I said. "So we go slowly, slow enough they don't see movement. Once we're in, we keep it dark, slow, and silent. This mission is a success if we get in and out and they never knew we were there. The first thing they hear from us is our explosives going off, long after we've disappeared into the night." We'd been over this so many times, it was second nature to everyone, but I wanted to drill it into them one last time. I wanted them focused on the idea of getting in and out without it turning into a gunfight. "If it does go bad, don't let them take you alive," I continued. "If they capture you, you'll be going into a dark hole, and nobody will ever hear from you again. No rules, no crying uncle. They'll torture you until you tell them everything you can about this mission, about the invasion. If you go down with a bullet wound, or with a broken leg from tripping in a rabbit hole in the dark, don't let them take you alive." Chapter 80. The fence was as I remembered. No expense spared. Concrete posts, 8 feet high, angled outwards towards the top. Holes drilled every 6 inches, so the wire could be threaded through. Every post firmly bedded into the ground with more concrete. I pushed a post, feeling for give. Nothing. Cutting the wire would be easy, but keeping that fact secret wouldn't. The wire was tensioned somewhere along the boundary, pulled tight like a guitar string. If we cut the wire, that strand would go slack all along the length of the fence. A good defense mechanism, instant feedback to anyone keeping an eye out for intruders. Vaughan took off his rucksack and opened it. He pulled out 2 large wrenches, giving one to Freddie and one to me. We all knew our part. We practiced this on a setup on Vaughan's land. Freddie and I fastened our wrenches to the bottom wire, 4 feet apart from each other. I nodded to Vaughan, who took a large pair of wire cutters from his rucksack and cut the wire. The loose ends between me and Freddie sagged, but the rest of the length held taut as long as we kept the tension with our wrenches. I walked in an arc back from the fence, back around the nearest concrete posts. I wrapped the wire around the post and tied it in a rough knot. It wasn't pretty, but it held the tension. Freddie did the same. Now our section of fence had 1 less strand, near ground level. The next strand up was a foot off the ground. We repeated the process, faster this time. Now we had our technique. Soon we had 18 inches of clearance between the ground and the lowest strand of wire. There was a pause, a moment. Cutting the line had felt like a transgression, but it was still only that. Crossing the line was different. Once you crossed the line, you were committed. Freddie took off his rucksack and casually threw it under the wire. I winced as it landed with a thump. The rational part of my brain knew the explosives it contained wouldn't go off without a detonating charge, but it was one thing to know something, another thing to bet your life on it. I lay down and pushed my face into the grass. The soil smelt of year upon year of rotting leaves. If you'd asked the younger me, I'd have told you that no bad can come to a man in a world where the soil smells like that. Of course, that young man hadn't been to the front. Now I knew the full spectrum of things that can happen to a man when he puts himself in harm's way. But still, the smell of the earth was a comfort. I stood up on the other side, across the line. "Time to move," I said, using my command voice. No discussion. That broke the spell. Miriam was the last under the fence. She pulled herself up from the grass and pulled a map from her pocket. Vaughan opened his coat and spread it around the map, while Miriam shone her torch on it, covering the beam so it wouldn't give us away. She looked up, checking her bearings, then stood and walked to a large gorse bush in the middle of a patch of short, sheep-cropped grass. I'd given Miriam the job of map reader. She had a sharp mind and took things seriously, and it gave her a job to do, something to focus on. "It should be here," she said. There was an edge of panic in her voice, that moment when reality intrudes on a well-laid plan. It's a moment that occurs without fail on every mission. No plan is perfect, and it's how you deal with the imperfection that separates the winners from the losers. We kicked the long grass, hoping to find the access hatch. I'd seen it from inside the tunnel, the size of a manhole cover set into concrete. My memory of how far along the tunnel it had been wasn't perfect. "It's meant to be here," she said. I nodded at the gorse bush, 20 feet across, 8 feet high, thick foliage, dense with sharp thorns and the remnants of yellow flowers that would have been in full bloom a month earlier. I reached into the bush and grabbed a branch, my arm complaining at the instant attack from hundreds of thorns. I pulled the branch, and the whole bush moved towards me easily. Too easily, no resistance from deep roots. I walked backwards, pulling the bush with me. There was a certain weight to the whole thing, but not nearly enough. Most of the weight was from the 2-foot diameter root ball, wrapped in hessian along with a clump of soil. Enough to keep the bush alive, the hessian acting as a barrier to stop the roots taking hold in the soil surrounding the access hatch. A neat disguise, straight out of a spy novel. It smacked of Bunny and his Elstree screenwriters. Miriam was on her knees by the hatch, and the others hurried over, boots clomping on the ground. I held up my hand to them. They stopped, and I put my finger to my lips. I knelt next to Miriam. The hatch was a simple manhole cover, a steel D-ring lying flat in the center of a steel disc, stamped like a waffle with the imprint of its maker. Hancock Foundry, Leicester. I pulled up the D-ring and got 3 fingers through it, then pulled the cover. It came away easily, a small shower of soil falling down into the darkness. I put the cover down on the grass and we all listened. There was nothing. No sirens, no running footsteps, no cries of alarm. Miriam already had her rucksack off, ready to go in. We stood back, watching her. I pictured her sitting in the empty fuselage of a bomber as it flew across the channel, steeling herself to jump out into the pitch-black sky, not knowing whether she'd land in a field or be impaled on a tree. Not many people would raise their hand for that mission. Freddie was looking out into the darkness. Now our eyes were accustomed to the dark, we could make out the faintest outline of the clump of trees, with the secret transmitters hidden amongst them. "Freddie," I said, "you're next." Freddie shook his head. "No," he said, "I'll stay above ground. I'll meet you at the towers." Freddie was nervous. Nothing new there. From the moment I'd met him, I couldn't think of a second when he'd been at peace. But this was different. "You're coming with us," I said. I still hadn't worked out how I was going to neutralize the threat of the explosives, but one thing was clear. If Freddie and the explosives weren't with us, I wouldn't stand a chance. "I'll meet you there," he said. "Don't worry about me." He hurried off into the dark. I looked at Vaughan, but he looked away. Didn't want to meet my eye. "What's going on?" I asked. "Nothing," he lied. "Freddie being Freddie." I couldn't chase Freddie without giving the game away. As he disappeared into the night, my own illusions about keeping this night under control disappeared with him. I'd been a fool to think I could stage manage this whole thing. I'd been as naive as Bunny's Elstree screenwriters. Worse, I should have known better. I did know better. Miriam was below us in the tunnel. I handed her rucksack down, thinking furiously. It had been vanity to assume I could control this, but I still had a job to do. Get Miriam in, then get her out. Then I could turn my attention to Freddie. Everything else was a distraction. Chapter 81. Miriam led the way along the concrete-lined tunnel. Vaughan followed, and I brought up the rear. Our rubber soles had picked up sand and grit from the forest, and every step was audible on the smooth concrete floor. Just as when I'd come this way with Bunny, I noticed the upward slope. Soon we came to what Bunny had called the submarine door. I joined Miriam, and we looked through the small window. It was dark, nobody around. So far, so good. The last time I'd been here, the whole place had been buzzing with technicians. That mental image had stuck with me, and I'd been expecting it again. But it looked like the operation shut down for the night. Perhaps this would work. Perhaps we'd get in and out without any problems. Miriam took hold of the wheel on the door. It turned easily, a well-oiled mechanism, built and installed with the highest level of craftsmanship. When Bunny wanted to put on a show, he didn't mess around. Miriam stopped on the other side of the door, experiencing the same awe I'd felt when Bunny had brought me here. The cinema, Bunny had called it, a huge Art Deco lobby, a piece of whimsy from the designer and builders. Generous arches recessed into white plaster walls. There was even a wall of fake film posters showing square-jawed heroes in army uniforms, swooning heroines, and dastardly villains with swastikas on their lapels. "We deciphered radio transmissions talking about the picture house," Miriam said, "but we thought we must have got it wrong." "I suppose if you're building a facility where people are going to be underground all day, you may as well make it uplifting," Vaughan said. "Not in Germany, you don't," Miriam said. She hurried to a heavy door next to a sign that read, "Strictly no magnets." "In here," she whispered. The transmitter hummed with electricity, glowing from its rows and rows of dials. Miriam ran her hand lovingly along the Bakelite panels. She found a metal plaque embedded in the main console and pulled out a notebook to take down details. Vaughan pulled off his rucksack and delved inside. He pulled out a small pack wrapped in brown cellophane. It was the size of a half-pound bag of flour. I grabbed the TNT from his hand and shoved it back in his pack. "If you want to blow it up," I said, "we'll do it when we know we're getting clear. We'll get through the hatch and drop the explosives back down, all right?" Vaughan glared at me. He knew I was right, but no man likes to be challenged, especially when his blood's up. "Do as he says, Vaughan," Miriam said. She was taking readings from a panel of glowing dials. He obeyed her. She outranked him, I realized. She was the special agent sent by Berlin. He was just the local fixer. "We need to go," I said. "We've been lucky. I don't want to push it." "I need more time," Miriam said. "There isn't more time," I replied. Every second we spent here was a second longer than I liked. 2 minutes, Miriam said. 1, I counted. It was arrogance, of course. Bickering gave us the illusion that either one of us was in control. But we were fooling ourselves. When you start thinking you've got the mission under control, that's when it shows you who's boss. This time was no exception. I stepped out of the room and checked my watch. 5 seconds gone. 55 seconds left. The second hand crawled. I heard a distant sound and froze. Nothing. Probably my imagination, senses amped up, hearing threats in the silence. I could try to hurry Miriam, but I'd end up slowing things down. Best to leave her, let her get the information she needed to take back to Berlin, convince them this was just a radio station. I heard the sound again. Not my imagination. Not a drill. Rubber-soled boots on painted concrete, crunching over the dirt we'd brought in with us. 10 men at least, maybe more. Miriam wasn't ready. She was furiously copying down readings from a bank of dials in the transmitter room. "Miriam," I said, "time to go." "I need more time," she said. There was a shout from the long corridor on the other side of the submarine door. No effort to hide their arrival. Why should they? They had right on their side, and 20 men, probably all armed with rifles. They'd been trained to defend this facility with their lives. Churchill had told them the invasion was about to take place. Now they got to play their part, defend the homeland, or go down trying. "Miriam," I said, as she ran to another panel of dials. 30 seconds, she said. "We're out of time," I said. Chapter 82. The submarine door was shut, but there was light coming through the small window. Light from the corridor beyond. Shadows played on the glass, boots crunched on concrete, men running into position, metal on metal as guns were prepared. I remembered what Bunny had said to me. Nobody will know you're coming. The men on the other side of the door weren't playing along with the scenario the Elstree scriptwriters had concocted. They didn't know I'd been invited in. They didn't care. Vaughan and Miriam saw the light and knew its significance. Time to go. The metal ladder that Bunny and I had climbed was on the far side of the foyer, painted white to blend in with the decor, leading upwards. In the high ceiling, 20 feet up, the hatch that would take us out to the clump where Freddie would be waiting. The submarine door opened, and a soldier hurried into the cinema lobby. He was young, barely out of short trousers. He was a local lad. He'd been propping up the bar at the Cross for the past year. Hadn't been around for a while now. Must have signed up. "You're not allowed to be here," he said to Miriam. Miriam raised her gun. "Don't," I said. But she didn't listen. She pulled the trigger, deafening in the concrete bunker. The young lad collapsed, dead before he hit the floor. Another gunshot rang out, a rifle, bolt action. Single shot from the corridor beyond the submarine door. Miriam's hand went to her shoulder and she pulled it away. It was red with blood. A siren started up, the eerie wail rising steadily. Miriam fainted, her body pulling blood to its core in a bid for survival. The next sound was the crunch of the bolt as the man who'd shot Miriam loaded another round from his 10-shot magazine. I kicked the door shut. I looked for a lock, fantasizing about a huge steel bar I could set across the whole door, but there was no way to secure the door from this side. The only thing stopping the sentries on the other side from opening it was the knowledge that we had guns, and that whoever opened it and stepped forwards would be dead within a second. Above me, the round window in the door shattered, and another shot hit the foyer wall. I drew my Webley revolver from its holster, stood up, and put a round through the small window. I dropped my hand low and tried to angle it high, aiming for the top inch of the opening. But there wasn't much leeway. I hoped I hadn't taken anyone's head off. I looked at the ladder, 20 feet straight up. Miriam was out cold on the floor. If I left her behind, this was all for nothing. "Go," I said to Vaughan, nodding at the ladder. "Get that hatch open." Vaughan ran across the line of light from the submarine door, drawing a burst of fire. He reached the ladder unscathed and looked back at me. "I'll bring her," I said. "Go." Vaughan's boots clanged on the ladder. They'd hear it in the corridor, on the other side of the submarine door. They'd be huddled there, on either side of the small window, working on a plan. I put another round through the window, lower this time. I didn't want to hit any of them, but if it came to it, and I had to choose them or me going down in a firefight, I'd choose them. This wasn't a situation I'd created, I told myself. Everything that played out was on Bunny. This was his show. First problem. Miriam was still in view of the window. I dragged her out of the shaft of light into the darkness. "You three," I shouted, "keep your guns on that door and take out anyone that comes through it." If I was going to be an actor in Bunny's play, it was time to start playing the part well. If the men on the other side knew it was only me, with one revolver and 5 rounds in the barrel, and an unconscious woman, they might decide the odds were in their favor. Someone at the back would give the order to open the door and rush me. No skin off his nose if the first couple of men through the door didn't make it. That's what infantry were for, soaking up bullets. "Use the Bren," I shouted, over-egging it perhaps. The Bren gun, a 2-man tripod-mounted machine gun, was capable of firing 500 rounds per minute, 8 rounds per second. Assuming a full unit of 20 men in that corridor, once the door was opened, a Bren would chew its way through all of them. Even the man at the back, giving orders, would think twice. I put my shoulder to Miriam's waist and pulled her upper body over mine in a fireman's lift, getting to my knees and then my feet. Miriam slung over my shoulder like a sack of feed. I put 2 more rounds through the small window, ran across the shaft of light, and grabbed hold of the ladder. Chapter 83. The siren wailed from below, not loud enough to cover the sound of men running into the cinema, 20 feet below me. I heard confused shouts, then shots. I pulled my legs out of harm's way just in time. Bullets clinked against the hatch as I closed it. I turned a circular handle to lock the mechanism and shoved an iron bar through the handle, wedging it tight against the concrete. Nobody would be coming through from below. With the hatch closed, it was strangely quiet. Even the siren sounded muffled, like a radio playing in a distant room. There was a thick mist. I could barely see Vaughan, 4 feet in front of me, kneeling by his sister, holding a compress to the wound on her shoulder. There was the merest hint of purple morning light, enough to give a dull illumination to the rising mist, but not enough to pierce it. The only discernible shapes in the blankness were looming columns, the trees, and the towers. I pulled a compass from my jacket pocket and orientated myself. I was facing south. Taking a route to my left would get us out, in the direction of the Lecky's house. I knelt by Vaughan. Miriam's skin was as pallid as the mist. She was in shock. I showed Vaughan the compass. "Head that way," I said, making a chopping gesture towards the east into the mist. "Keep going until you're clear of the trees. You'll come to Palehouse Lane. Stay off it, but keep it on your right. I'll meet you at the Lecky's house." "Is she going to make it?" he asked. He was lost, on the verge of tears. Suddenly the war games and debates meant nothing. How different history would be if all men had to confront the reality of failure as much as the excitement of victory before they chose their path. "2 possible outcomes," I said. "She either lives or dies." I pulled bandages from his rucksack. I wrapped a length of bandage around her, pulling it tight. With luck, it would hold the compress against the wound. "If you stay here, she'll either die or end up in prison. They'll execute her for treason. If you take her, she'll either die or she'll survive, and there'll be a chance we can all evade capture." He picked her up. I pressed the compass into his hand. "Go to the Lecky's house," I said. "I'll catch up with you." He nodded and stumbled forwards into the mist. "Where's Freddie?" I shouted after him, but he didn't turn around. How far would he get carrying her? What would he do when he realized his own chance of escape was vastly improved without his dying sister in his arms? Not a decision I'd wish on any man, even my enemy. Chapter 84. A muffled shot rang out. Impossible to tell where it came from. Another shot answered it. There was a dim flash in the gloomy haze. I set off in the direction of the flash, moving slowly. A tree loomed up in the last minute, and I pressed myself against its dark trunk. A third shot. A rifle. A pistol shot replied. In the mist it was impossible to tell who was who and who was where, like playing battleships against an unknown number of opponents. A man ran towards me. I hid behind a tree, and he passed me by. It was Freddie. He had something in his hand. The same thing Vaughan had brought along, a small pack the size of a bag of flour wrapped in cellophane. TNT. Behind me, a rattle of machine gun fire. I gave chase, but was stopped by a jarring blow to my forehead. My fight or flight reflex kicked in, and I reached into the mist to engage with my assailant. But there was nobody there. I felt in the air in front of my throbbing forehead and found my attacker, an angled steel bar, solid, cold, dripping with moisture pulled out of the mist. I felt along the bar. It connected to an angled upright. I was at the base of one of the transmission towers. What was Freddie up to? I had a bad feeling I knew the answer. A breeze cleared the mist a few feet in front of me, and my fears were confirmed. A small parcel tied to one of the four corner struts of the transmission tower. I pulled a knife from my pocket and slit the rope tying the parcel to the tower, knowing what I'd see inside. A brown cellophane pack, stuck into the pack a detonator, and leading to the detonator a short tail of fuse cord. The cord was burning, a slow fuse, 60 seconds per foot, 1 foot left. He'd be aiming to have each of his explosives go off at the same time, less chance of any defenders foiling the plan. I pulled the bomb apart and threw the fuse into the damp pine needles. I'd got her in time, but how many others were out there? The mist closed in again. A twig snapped to my right, and I followed the sound, hoping it was Freddie and not a sentry. A silhouette in the mist caught my eye. His movement identified him, jerky, uncomfortable in his environment. He saw me. Without hesitating, he drew his pistol and fired. A tree trunk behind me exploded in splinters, a miss. "Freddie," I said, "time to go." He fired again. He'd made his choice. It wasn't one that was going to end well for him. I drew my own revolver and got off a quick shot, unlikely to hit him at 30 yards, more useful as a warning. He took the hint, turned and ran. And with that, the hunt was on. I followed him, as quietly as I could, stopping to listen for him, and for sentries. A difficult environment for stealth. Every footstep caused a whole symphony of cracks from dead branches. I gave up on quiet and prioritized speed instead. I kept him in my sights, gaining on him. The mist was getting thinner, and the sky was getting lighter. Freddie reached the base of another transmitter, pulling off his rucksack as he neared it, intent on getting the job done. In different circumstances, my kind of soldier. I took up a position behind a pine and peered around. A shot clipped the bark inches from my face, and I ducked back behind the tree, but I'd seen enough for an initial assessment. He was 30 yards away, across open ground. Nothing to stop a bullet, just scrubby birch trees gaining a foothold in the clearing created to install the tower. Cellophane crinkled as he unwrapped a pack of TNT. He'd be focused on the task, locked into a process that had a definite number of steps, none of which could be hurried or skipped. 1 minute at most, but no less than 40 seconds. Brave of him to stick to his mission, knowing I was trying to stop him. I backed away from the tree, keeping its thick trunk between me and him. 10 yards back, I was invisible in the trees. I struck out to my left. If he was at the center of a clock face and I was at 6, I wanted to get to 10. Once he realized I'd moved, he'd be expecting 3 or 9. A shortcut in the ancient mind. If someone's not in front of me, they're about to pounce from my side. A right-handed man will turn to his left, a forehand shot. So I was going for a right-hand turn, backhand for him, past the point of 90 degrees, somewhere over his right shoulder, his dead zone. I hurried. I could picture what he was doing, tying the fuse cord in a knot for increased effectiveness, embedding the detonator in the soft putty of the TNT, cutting the fuse cord at the appropriate distance, fast-burning fuse, 10 seconds per foot. He'd need time to get out of the blast zone. He'd be passing the cord through his hands, counting off the feet, 3 feet each time he spread his arms. 3, 6. He flicked his lighter, right on schedule. I aimed my revolver and fired, the bullet ricocheting off the steel tower behind him. He swung around, wildly letting off a shot. It missed me by a comfortable margin. He was shooting blind, shooting to provide himself comfort, no hope of hitting his man. He'd lit the fuse. Fast burning, 10 seconds per foot, 6 feet perhaps. He needed to move. I put another 2 shots over his head, and he ducked down. He knew the timings. He'd be arguing with himself, stay or go. Stay was only going to end one way, so he had to launch himself into a run across the open ground. He set off, and I fired again. I aimed low and got him in the thigh. He went down, sprawled in the leaves. 10 seconds per foot. 1 or 2 feet left. I put another shot over his head, then it was time to move. I was in the blast radius. I rolled back into a ditch and flattened myself into the mud, pressing every inch of my body as far into the ground as I could. Back in the trench, I had spent my life trying to escape. Only this trench was barely a foot deep, possibly enough to protect me, possibly not. In any event, it was all I had, so it had to do. I risked a look. Freddie had pulled himself to his feet. He took a step, but the injured leg failed him. He was out of time, and he knew it. We looked each other in the eye. He opened his mouth to curse me, as if that had some kind of power. There was a blinding flash as the fuse ignited the TNT, and in the next instant, Freddie didn't exist. I ducked back down into the ditch, pressing myself into the mud as the blast wave went over. It sucked the air out of my lungs and lifted me up, then dropped me back down. A thick cloud of dust and leaves followed, everything that could be picked up and moved, thrown through the air by rolling waves of concussion. I kept my mouth shut. Some of that dust was Freddie, in particulate form. I pulled myself up, ears ringing. The transmission tower still stood, untroubled. One corner of its base was destroyed, where Freddie had mounted the explosive, but the other 3 corners held fast. Chapter 85. The shed was a dark rectangle in the mist, unremarkable. Just a low single-story building with a sheet metal door painted dull green. No attempt at hiding it. No set dressing in the form of movable gorse bushes. No pretense it was some kind of cinema. Just a concrete shed with a corrugated metal roof. The door swung open as I passed. Adam stepped out, the scar on his face emphasized as he drew on a cigarette. "Job done?" he asked. "Job done," I answered. He ground the cigarette out and gestured back inside the shed. I followed him. I stepped inside and found myself looking down the barrel of an Enfield No. 2 pistol. It was held by a young woman with a tight, pale face, dressed in the light blue uniform of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. She was doing a good job of holding the gun steady, despite the adrenaline that must have been pumping through her body. She looked terrified, but there was a steely quality to her eyes that spoke of months of training and belief in the rightness of what she was about to do. "It's all right," Adam said, as he filled a kettle from a tap. "He's with me." The young woman lowered the gun, but kept alert. We were in a small room, dark with a greenish glow. Adam's was at a sink on the left wall. In the middle of the room there was a metal desk with 2 chairs. Each chair was occupied. 2 more wafts, both with headsets, wires trailing from a conduit that ran across the ceiling. The woman with the gun put her finger to her lips. I nodded. The wafts at the desk ignored us, intent on their work. They were focused on a glass dome about the size of a dinner plate. It bowed out from the table, like a porthole on a ship. Some form of television. The screen glowed with a faint green light. A jagged line had been carefully drawn onto the screen with a white wax pencil. It was a shape recognizable to any Englishman. The South Coast, from the Isle of Wight, along to Kent, and up to the Thames estuary. Below that line, a corresponding shape showing the coast of mainland Europe. A cloud of dots, too many to count, floated in what would be the English Channel. The waff nearest the glass dome put a curved ruler over it and made a mark. She took a reading and relayed it to her partner. "Bogies, numerous, 40 miles out, 154 degrees. Her partner wrote in a notebook, reading back the information as she did so. 40 miles, 154 degrees. She pressed the side of her headset and spoke with a firmer voice, as if she was making a telephone call. Chain home, this is Aspidistra. Bogey is at 40 miles, 154 degrees. She listened. Too numerous to count, she said. She listened again. Copy, chain home. The young woman with the pistol stepped between me and her colleagues at the desk, blocking my view. Adams lit a match, igniting a gas ring under the kettle. Any messages for Bunny? He asked. I shook my head, then thought better of it. Tell him it had better be worth it, I said, thinking of the young man lying dead, 30 feet below us, and Miriam, probably bleeding to death in her brother's arms, somewhere out there in the mist. You know the answer to that, Adams said. I looked at the glowing screen in the middle of the table. The cloud of dots had crept closer to the jagged line that represented the coast, less than 20 miles south of us. Whatever it takes, I said. Chapter 86. Vaughan's house was dark against the soft glow of the dawn sky. Red sky in the morning, a bad sign if you believed in that kind of thing. The front doors were unlocked. I took the stairs 2 at a time. No sign of the black shirt. He'd been left to guard Margaret, keep her hostage in case Vaughan or I decided not to follow Lord Howe's script. I walked along the bedroom corridor. I wanted to run, but I didn't give in to it. Don't give in, and it's not real. I opened the door and stopped at the threshold. It was too much to take in. A collage of images telling a violent story. Blood dripped slowly down the wallpaper. Blood pooled on the floor. Blood smeared across the window. A chair lay in pieces, its legs broken. There was something on the floor on the far side of the bed. A shoe. Margaret's shoe. Spots of blood on the back stairs created a trail. I followed them, like Hansel and Gretel following breadcrumbs. Since I'd come back from the war, I'd been empty. I'd gone through the motions. I'd found things that got me through the day and through the year. Ploughing 100 acres, row after row, day after day. Expanding the farm, letting the profits pile up in the bank. Sitting in the pub with Doc, letting the drink dull the edges. None of those things brought colour or feeling. Margaret had changed things. I'd started to think about the future, the 2 of us, getting through the war, growing old, children perhaps, grandchildren. Blakeney had taught me better. Planning is useful, he used to say, but only a simpleton expects things to go according to plan. Another bloody handprint on the patio door beckoned me outside. I thought about ignoring it, staying inside, but my brief glimpse of a life worth living was over, so I had nothing to lose. Hard to shock a man whose light has gone out. The trail of blood continued out on the patio, across the flagstones to an ornamental pond. Stone steps led into the water, a peaceful spot for a swim. Wet footsteps told a story. Someone had walked into the water dripping blood, then emerged dripping water. The footsteps were smaller than mine, considerably smaller. You took your time, she said from behind me. Margaret sat on a deck chair, wrapped in a blanket, her hair wet. Got a bit messy, she said. Looks like an abattoir up there. She nodded. Mission accomplished? She asked. Difficult to say. Chapter 87. We took Margaret's car to the Leckies. Vaughan was sitting on a log in the back garden. Miriam lay on the ground by his feet, pale, her chest barely moving. He'd held her hand in his, but other than that he was doing a good job of ignoring her. I'd seen it before on the battlefield, dealing with the worst by pretending it was nothing. A voice inside his head telling him this was best for Miriam. Better not to upset her. I crouched on the springy grass and listened to her breathing. Her lungs sounded fine, which gave me hope. We've got to go, I said, thinking of the plan. A submarine 1/2 a mile off the coast. No, Vaughan said. Say goodbye to your sister, I said. I was angry with Vaughan. This whole exercise was his fault. Now he couldn't face the consequences. Freddie was right about you, Vaughan said. He knelt by her and took her hand. I messed it up, she said. You were perfect, he said. They'll give you a medal when you get back. Across the forest, I could hear distant shouts. Freddie was right about you, Vaughan had said. Quite possibly true. Freddie was a clever young man, entirely capable of weighing up the odds of someone being friend or foe. Easier for him than for Vaughan, who'd been blinded by his desire for Margaret. But in the final analysis, Freddie was dead, as were so many other men who'd been right about me. Vaughan and I laid Miriam across the back seat of Margaret's car. Her face was waxy, and her lips were blue. The wound was wet with fresh blood. I met Margaret's eye. She knew. There was a rattle from the back garden. Mrs. Lecky's bird scarers jangling as someone pushed past them. I'll delay them, Vaughan said. You get Miriam away. He kissed his sister on the lips. He hurried around the side of the house. Margaret started the car. 1 minute, I said. I followed Vaughan. Adams was standing in the back garden, pointing a gun at Vaughan. 2 more men joined him, grim-faced men in civilian suits, out of place in the rural setting. Lord Matheson, Adams said. Vaughan held out his hand to shake. Adams didn't reciprocate. These gentlemen would like to have a word with you, Adams said. The mist had cleared, as had the clouds, the portentous orange sky replaced by a dome of deep blue. It would be another hot day. Vaughan looked at the men, then at the sky. The southern horizon looked dark. There was a sound, a distant rumbling like thunder. We could see the South Downs in the distance. Above them, the blue was being overwritten by row upon row of black dots, with occasional bright flashes of light. The sound grew louder, and the black dots multiplied. German bombers, too numerous to count, like Nazi soldiers lined up at a Nuremberg rally, an immense force. Not much point talking today, Vaughan said. We can talk tomorrow, depending on how things go. We'll talk now, Adams said, and tomorrow, and the day after that, until you haven't got anything left to tell us. I watched the sky. One of the dots had left formation. I squinted. It was trailing smoke, falling out of the sky. It came down 10 or 15 miles away over the Kent border. More winks of light flashed in the sky, the sun catching on reflective surfaces. More bombers fell. Higher up, vapour trails etched themselves onto the blue, ghostly white lines describing dogfights taking place miles above us. They were waiting for them, Vaughan said. I wonder how they knew. Chapter 88. This woman's been shot, Doc said. He looked at me and Margaret as if we were the culprits. What happened? I can't tell you, I said. For Christ's sake, Cook, this isn't the time. Hold her hand, this is going to hurt. Miriam squeezed my hand as Doc cut back her blouse around the wound. It was ugly, as all wounds are. She needs a hospital, he said. Can't do that, I said. She needs to be mobile. You're gambling with her life, Cook, he said. He bent close to Miriam, looked her in the eye. If you don't get to a hospital, there's a good chance you'll die, he said. I can patch you up, but I don't know how much bleeding there is inside. No hospital, she said, giving my hand another squeeze. Doc poured antiseptic onto a pad and pressed it against the wound. Miriam gasped in pain. This is a bad business, Cook, Doc said. I drove to the farm, trying to avoid potholes on the road, wincing every time we hit a bump. Miriam was spread out on the back seat, her head on Margaret's lap. I didn't fancy Miriam's chances of walking across the fields, so I drove through the yard and took the track down to the lower meadow. It was rutted from the tractor, and the undercarriage of the car scraped worryingly against the high ground between the ruts. With 100 yards to go to the river, I gave it up as a bad job and stopped the car. "We'll have to walk from here," I said. I carried Miriam like a child, holding her in my arms. She was deathly pale. Margaret was standing in shallow water. She'd uncovered the rowing boat and had it ready. The river bank was muddy, and I slipped, almost going backwards and dropping Miriam. I held her and fought to keep my balance. I waded into the river and laid her in the boat, like a Viking princess ready for her last rites. I climbed into the boat and took the oars from Margaret. "If you see Doc before he leaves, tell him I said thanks," I said. "I'm coming with you," Margaret said. "You won't be able to make it through the lock by yourself." Chapter 89. We let the current carry us. Miriam didn't have much time, but we needed the cover of dark to get through Lewis. We waited out the afternoon under a willow, south of Icefield, and navigated the lock at Barcombe as dusk was falling. We slipped through Lewis in the dark, thankful for the blackout. After Lewis, we were south of the Downs, the countryside flattening out as we approached the sea. The tide was going out, and it pulled us along, the English Channel growing ever closer. "They'll make Vaughan protector of Sussex," Miriam said at one point. Later she asked if she was in India. We pulled to the bank of the river, with the docks at Newhaven in the distance. It was pitch black, but I could hear the open sea ahead. My hands were raw from the oars, even going with the flow of the river. It had been tough work. "How's she doing?" I asked. Whatever the answer, there was no way Miriam was going to be able to row out to sea. I'd have to go with her, get her to the rendezvous point, then bail out before I was seen. Margaret didn't reply. "What is it?" I asked. "She's gone," Margaret said. I felt Miriam's neck, sure Margaret was wrong. There'd be a faint pulse, hard to detect, but there, nonetheless, the slightest proof of life. But Margaret was right. Miriam was gone. All of Bunny's scheming had come to nothing. Morning would come, and again the skies would fill with German planes. The wafts in the shed, in the shadows of the transmission towers, would do their job, until someone in Berlin got fed up with waiting for Miriam's report, and sent a bomber to destroy the mysterious facility in the middle of the invasion zone. Better safe than sorry, they'd say to themselves, and they'd be right. This wasn't the first time I'd known defeat. Far from it. But that didn't make it any less bitter. "They'll take her back," I said. "No," Margaret said. "There's a different plan." She pulled a sheaf of papers from inside Miriam's jacket and stuffed them in her own pocket. "What are you doing?" I asked. But Margaret didn't answer. She didn't look at me. Didn't want me to see what she was thinking. She took Miriam's handbag, zipped it up, and put the strap over her head and shoulder. "I told you," she said. "There's a lot you don't know about me." "Whatever it is," I said, "this isn't the answer." "Get out of the boat," she said. I didn't like the tone of her voice. The lightness was gone. The Margaret I knew pushed aside. "I can't let you go," I said. "John," she said. There was a click in the darkness. A perfectly recognizable sound, unmistakable, no matter how I tried to misinterpret it. The hammer of a Webley revolver pulled back. Stage 1 of a 2-stage firing process, ready for the finger on the trigger. "You won't shoot me," I said. "What was it Bunny told you?" she asked. "Margaret, this is insane." "Whatever it takes." "I'll row you out there," I said, thinking frantically. As long as we were together, I'd have a chance to turn this around, regardless of what this turned out to be. Was it part of Bunny's plan? Or had Margaret been playing me for a fool the whole time? "Margaret," I said. "Out of the boat," she said. "You can't go out there. I'll shoot you." she said. I don't want to, but I'll do it if I have to. Is this Bunny? I asked. Or them? I didn't get an answer. I didn't expect one. What was she going to do? Give me some kind of cock and bull story? Besides, she didn't need to say the words. The gun in her hand was speaking volumes. Swim to the far bank, and don't look back. Last chance, I realized. I looked down at the black water and made to put my hands on the side of the boat. I'd pivot from my waist, spinning back towards her, knock the gun from her hand. But she was one step ahead of me. I felt the gun press against the back of my neck. My freedom of maneuver reduced. I froze. If you're on our side, I said, and you get into trouble, send word. I'll come for you. Do whatever it takes. Out of the boat, she said. I slipped out, and the tidal waters took me, pulling me down, grabbing at my clothes. I kicked for the surface, and when I felt air on my face, the boat was already 10 yards away. I swam for the bank, my clothes dragging like an anchor. Another 10 yards from the boat, a sliding noise behind me, a splash. Miriam, consigned to the deep. Then the creak of oars. Say goodbye to the children, she said, her voice carrying across the water. I stopped swimming. I should follow her, catch up, stop her. Tell them I'm sorry, she said. Then all I heard was the rhythmic splash and pull of the oars, and the roar of the distant waves. Chapter 90. The report came through from the war ag. We'd passed with flying colours. There'd been a few comments on areas for improvement which had Bill Taylor fuming, but it was an excuse for celebration, time to enjoy what we'd all achieved. We set out a marquee in the meadow, a band, a barrel of beer, pushed the boat out. Everyone who'd helped with the harvest was there. Almost everyone. Mum made a cake, one of many. The women brought sandwiches, and the men brought jugs of home-brewed drinks. Doc, still waiting to receive his mobilization orders, tended bar. We sat on picnic rugs on the grass as the invasion took place above our heads. The sky was an abstract painting of swirling white lines. The first day had been gripping, the second day a curiosity. Now, on day 5, it was scenery. According to the papers, the bombers' targets had been our airfields at the start, as German High Command had sought to neutralize our air power. But yesterday the headlines had changed. Civilian targets bombed. The horror we'd all been expecting since the first day of the war had finally arrived. There's another one, Frankie said, pointing at a growing shape in the sky to the south over the downs. A parachute. A pilot who'd bailed out before his plane hit the ground. Frankie pulled out a notebook from his gas mask box. He kept score as best he could. He was up to 8 parachutes and 10 planes down, all within sight of our farm. How many more tally marks would go in his little book before the end? How many more years of war? Frankie was 10. Would we still be fighting by the time he was old enough to do his bit? I stood up, brushing crumbs from my trousers, and shook hands with a new arrival. Milosz, the Polish soldier. He was wearing a crisp new army uniform and had a young lady on his arm. They took you on? I asked. They said they could do with the manpower. He looked up at the sky and spoke quietly. It's not going so good as they say on the BBC. I smiled at the young lady on his arm. Miss, I said. This is Edith, Milosz said. Edith, my friend John Cook. Edith's a barmaid. She says I'm her favourite customer. What do you do, Mr. Cook? She asked. I'm a farmer, I said. Don't you want to get more involved? She asked. Do your bit. I squinted in the sun and smiled. I'll leave that to the young chaps, I said, clapping Milosz on the arm. Anyway, us farmers are going to win this war, didn't you know? Chapter 91. The Art Deco house was locked up. The lawn was bare. The garden furniture and games gone, like a stage after closing night. The set struck within hours of the performance. There was no reason for me to expect Bunny to show up, but it was the last place I'd seen him. I'd followed the unconscious map my mind had laid out, hoping for the satisfaction of a debrief. I had questions that I knew Bunny wouldn't answer. I wanted to ask why he'd got me involved. It was like introducing a bull to a china shop. I knew the answer, but I wanted Bunny to say it out loud. I gave it a couple of hours, watching the white lines in the sky. No sign of Bunny, but I hadn't expected any different. He and I were finished, one way or another. Besides, I had a train to catch, a trip to Cornwall, a loose end. Chapter 92. King's cousin dies in hunting accident. Lord Lizzle Howe, 4th Earl of Wessex, was found dead this morning after being reported missing on Sunday. The Earl had set out for his daily walk at his ancestral home in Cornwall. As was his habit, the Earl had taken his shotgun. The alarm was raised on Sunday night when it was discovered by his footman that he hadn't returned. An exhaustive search of the estate ended this morning with the discovery of the body. Lord Howe, who had recently been tipped as the next Commander-in-Chief, Home Forces, leaves behind an estranged wife and son, both of whom live in South Africa. A memorial service will be held at Westminster Abbey. Epilogue. We sat in the kitchen, eating our tea and listening to the radio. Mabel, Kate's former housemaid, was washing up. Frankie wolfed down his bread and jam, eager to get outside before dark. Mabel had her eye on his plate, at the uneaten crusts. She'd have her own meal after us, but I knew she'd eat his scraps too. She'd been hungry every day of her life until she came to us. She'd told me. Not something you leave behind quickly or easily. Elizabeth was quiet. Margaret had been a surrogate mother. She'd taken to spending hours alone, walking the fields. Mabel liked listening to Lord Haw-Haw, a traitor who'd fled England and cast his lot in with Hitler, broadcasting from a secret location deep in the Reich. He had better music than the BBC, in her opinion, and we found this propaganda so ludicrous it was comforting. Listening to his programme was illegal, but they'd have to arrest the whole country. "This evening, we have a special visitor to the studio," Haw-Haw said in his exaggerated Eton accent. "Lady Miriam Matheson, a recent exile from her home in Great Britain. Lady Matheson, what prompted you to leave your ancestral home and settle in Germany?" "Wasn't that the one we had doing our harvest?" Mum asked, excited to hear someone on the radio she might have met. The door banged behind Frankie. I envied him. An evening of rabbits and sticks and all the fun a 10-year-old boy could have in the fields and the woods on a summer evening. "Thank you for having me," the guest speaker said, her voice rising and falling, fighting through static as it carried across the airwaves hundreds of miles. "I saw such poverty in England," she said. "Everyone's starving to death, and, of course, the harvests have all failed. I knew a farmer in England, and he said the game's about up. So I hopped on a boat and made my way over." Elizabeth glanced at me, a questioning look on her face. "I understand the Luftwaffe will have control of the skies within the week. Then we can launch the invasion proper. Hitler's given me his word I'll be back in London by the end of the month." I put a finger to my lips. Elizabeth did the same. She smiled.